smoothly. I know I'm here pretty freaking early, but might as well. All right. Okay, let's see. What's my daily challenges looking like? 50 kills using ammo mods with an assault rifle. We can get those two done. We can get that done. And we could probably get the exfil. We could probably get all of them done. I just got to go change my gumballs then. Disables the next nuke power-up explosion you activate and gives everyone 2,000 essence. The fuck? Tacticals. Okay. Tacticals should be easy. We'll just destroy them while they're attack my decoy grenade. Give me extended mag 2. Okay. I don't know why it says only applies to normal bullets. Directed, play solo, hop into Liberty Falls, start mission. I think this is what we're probably going to be doing for today. We're going to play for like an hour and then call it, and then move on to doing a reaction video because I haven't done one in a while. And then after the reactions, then we'll hop into stream. All right.
Rapid Response Team Alpha, Security Chief Blanchard. How copy? I've barricaded the command center. Got a little dinged up, but I'll live. See if there's anyone left to save. Body cam's live. I'll keep eyes on.
I love this game, honestly. Kaboom!
You're working on my jawline.
to find out what caused all this, even if it turns out it was us.
Damn, I'm broke. Damn, look at that. Look at all those headshots. We're cracked, man. Is the kill.
No time to waste.
Took a wrong turn out of Dickville. Line up, shut up.
Headshot daiquiri.
More of everything. Or a lot less. I'll take quantity over quality every day of the week.
There we go. 291 headshots, not bad. Alright, now it's just for these guys, and then we should be fine. Hopefully.
See the face on that thing? Oh, nightmare fuel.
You lose.
That was pretty easy. There we go, round 7. I'm gonna open a bunch until we get to like round 11 on the thing. Oh shit. Here we go. That's 8. Now we shouldn't be having any issues with like when a nuke drops. Because normally when a nuke drops, I kill everything first before I activate the nuke. Let's go. 9.4K. Okay.
This is not FDA approved, is it?
Shit.
Mayhem comes in bunches. Always aim for the noggin.
Shit, I need ammo. Insta kill. All right, we made it to round 8, or no, round 11. Now we could just farm right here, honestly.
That's right. On your knees, you clattering corpse.
Yes, that's right. On your knees, you clattering corpse. Die, 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 die. Double XP. Back-to-back double points is huge. Too bad those won't count. Ouch. Did he actually hit me? That's crazy. Cringe. Real cringe. What's the name of this gun? CR13 more. Okay, now we can go ahead and probably pap 2.
Was done using its body. Good find. Employees probably used a crank to control the pressure.
So much damage, bro.
Max ammo.
All right, let's see. Eliminate an elite enemy. Oh, that's not an elite. Consume. Oh, what? They changed my daily challenges game. Or changed. Consume 5 gobble gums. Build upgrade is active. Kill 50. I don't like that. They changed my dailies, man. I was ready for tomorrow. And then that's changed my dailies. So I cut the zombie eliminations. The elites I probably can't do. Unless I actually play the freaking quest line and stuff like that, then I can.
Smells like gut hair and sewage. I'm starting to lose count.
So ouch, you bitch. Oh, purple tiger, fuck yeah. Now it's just kills with this rear. Okay. Rear, high rarity. Perfect.
Never had model cars.
Oh, I messed up. Oh well.
I will enjoy.
There we go. Now we can take a small breather and go on timeout for a bit.
Chewy. Real Chewy. Wow. Too Chewy.
Oh shoot, I don't even have my motto. Whoops. 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 That explains a lot. Whoops. Whoops. My bad. My bad. My bad. My bad. There we go. Now that should be a lot better. There we go. There's my motto. Now we have about a minute to just vibe and chill until it's time. Jesus Christ, out the burps. Oh my god, more burps. Lay down. If I was your boyfriend, I'll never let you go. Oh, is that why you stood up? You were sleeping and then you stood up as soon as you heard Jasmine come through. Huh? No, he was asleep. Until you came in. As soon as you came home, that's when he woke up. But what am I doing? I'm gonna go this way. Oh. Do I even remember where all the... I think I remember where all the codes are. We have like a whole minute, so let me just go ahead and explore the codes. $40 is the last one. We're gonna update up this one. No, update up that one. And that. No. I was gonna put the code in. Damn.
Dr. Moline. Joined the physics team last year. Nice enough guy.
09 is the second number. I might speed running. 40, 09, 40. Okay. Come on.
Discrimination.
Max armor.
What was it? Not that. What? What? It's not 40, 09, 40? What?
Bonus points.
What the frick? So first one is 40 guaranteed. Second one is 09.
Does this count as hot or not?
40, 09, 49. Ah, Ah, that explains everything.
Stop, drop, and roll next time. Come on!
Okay, I know how to do this now. There we go. Oh, like, do they not come after me? Ooh. Give me stamina up any day of the week. You crazy? Can I go back in? Or is there is an actual cooldown? That's cringe.
Off with it!
Jug? I don't need a chopper gunner.
Of all the nuts, this is my least favorite.
I'll take the fucking jug, bruh. Any day of the week, dude. You're crazy? Jug is fucking borked. Does that count? I guess that doesn't count. Cringe.
Marks up.
Pep 3. Damn, 300 second cooldown is wild. They're taxing. Alright, let's see what we get. Oh, tactical diffusion. Bet.
Not bad. Very bad.
Prestige level 78. Let's go, baby.
Worse is more than. Are you fasting? Eat a bullet.
Ah, you're fasting. Eat the bullet. There's some mini lag I'm getting.
Target rich environment for me. Eyes on.
I never ever seen him climb like that. It was kind of funny.
Mayhem comes in bunches.
Let's see. We are close. 3 more kills. Then we're done. We still need to eat 3 more gobble gums. And then field upgrade. Field upgrade's not that much work. Ouch.
Come and get me, you fecal foot soldiers.
Cool, I got 36 kills with field upgrades. Okay, cool. Next on the list for this is tacticals. Okay, that's easy. So they added like 36 zombies in round 3 or round 11. Ooh, power keg.
Like root beer, but with notes of metal shavings.
Ouch. Ouch.
Decoy out. Right between the two pillars.
Yep, that counted. Damn, look how much XP we got from that. 3,555. Not bad. Obviously, I had to kill that guy.
Activating decoy.
Yeah, that did count. And we're at 66. Okay, not bad. We do need to buy new decoy grenades because we're out. There we go.
No time to waste. Decoy running.
Oh my god, just one more. Gotcha. Profit sharing. Damn it. Dude, that was an instant kill.
Decoy out.
Max armor.
Everfrost? Fuck yeah, brother. So we need to consume one more. Get some kills with field upgrade. and get 10 kills rapidly. Okay, not bad. Damn it. Exit strategy again. That's crazy. I do have my field upgrades, so... Ouch. There we go. 50 kills with field upgrade is active. We got that completed. What's my next quest? Gobblegum. Come on, Gobblegum. Ah, I mean, I have exit strategies, so I can pop that whenever I'm done. I'm gonna try to get a gold and then pop that thing to despair. Ouch.
Bonus points.
Nine out of 15. Okay. Let's see if we can get the last Gobblegum here. If not, we have a guarantee with exit strategy. Sure, I'll pop it.
Working on my jawline.
Probably never get it. Because of how rare the nukes are. Ouch. Ouch. One more gumball. That's all we need. Shit.
Stop, drop, and roll next time.
Stop the drop and reload next time. Did you drop a gold key? Nope. Nuke 'em. Mystic, we got it. We're done, chat. Now, pop this exit strategy.
Goat extract. Shit, fucking hell. Shit. We need a bird, and we need it now.
Roger that. Bird headed your way.
Why does good for you always mean tastes like donkey's fat?
Ouch. Damn. Easy mode, chat.
Nice pull, pilot.
Rubber band.
What?
Extra rubber band.
He was trying to eat my rubber band. Oh, let's go, chat. We out here. How long was that? 48 minutes. I mean, I'll take it. I want to go for an hour. I'll take 48 minutes. Fine, give me level 2. Yeah, 2 tokens. 2.5. Okay. Not 2.5, but we did get a bunch of levels. $79.25. I mean, I'll take it. And this gun is officially gold. I'll take that as well. What gun is this? Tsukaba. I love the coin toss. Pop. Ooh, sniper. Oh, that's the LR. Tanto looks so sick. Was it here? AS Val. ASG. Nope, it wasn't here. Compact. There's a new sniper. Model L. Damn, it's only in the last one? Yeah, it's in the last one. That's annoying. That's cringe. Page 14. I need 35 more. That's crazy. Give me that coin. Give me that shit. Did he just eat the gumbo? It's kind of funny. That's the only one I need to unlock. Light machine gun, very slow rate of fire with great damage and handling. Okay. I just want to fuck around, honestly. Oh, charge the field upgrade faster with that? So I know this is new. This is new. These two are new to me. This is also new. This is also new as well. There we go. We'll get ready for later today. Why is he playing? Oh, I forgot he's not home. All right. I think for now, we're probably going to do a reaction video instead for now. Let me go ahead and switch to reactions. There we go. We're going to go ahead and react to something instead. I mean, I love the hide and seek one, so.
God, I sure hope there's a cow level in this game.
Through some top secret connections, I have gained admin commands and cheats in 6 of the most popular Roblox
The
games.
laser
Some of
beam!
these games
He's back!
have millions of active players. I'm an old man now. I thought I was retired from bullying Roblox kids. It has been 2 years since I last did this. But I am finally going to wreak havoc on millions of Roblox players. Our first game is Baddies. It's the lowest on our list, but it's still peaked at 120,000 players. I just feel a little uncomfortable about a Roblox game called Baddies. What? I'm getting the shit kicked out of me. I just joined. All the kids here are just beating the crap out of each other. Can I get in this brawl? I've been done in. Oh my God.
I'll be so down to watch that. Campaign loot is
Welcome
bad
back
again?
to
Yes, it
Filthy
is.
Exiles. So, I thought I'd do a really quick video just because I have.
Oh my god, I sneezed. Excuse me. Rectrick!
I suck.
You do?
So nah, Snow White's a colossal failure. Nah, that game's trash. Let's go watch Chazzy.
Hey guys, it's Eve.
Go watch Chazzy. We might as well watch Chazzy. Who is this guy? Gazzy? Oh, he has TDB. No, let's go change this to All right. Do we even? I don't think we have a video posted for today. Let me double check. If we don't have a video posted for today, unfortunately not. So we do have to go for this one.
No.
That would just keep it public. At 12 o'clock, you should be done. Hopefully we can get this done. Yo, what's good, legends? It's your boy Raikuro VT, your lightning lord of late night chaos, back with another electrified adventure and of course a reaction video. And right here, this little fuzzball on my right here, that's Volti, my static charge sidekick. And if his tail's sparking, you know something's wild is about to go down. So grab your snack, charge up your energy, and let's send shockwaves through the algorithm. Hit the sub button, or Volti might just zap your Wi-Fi. Let's go ahead, dive into this video. This video is called I Didn't Expect It to Be This Bad. This is from Gazzy TV, and this is about Path of Exile 2's new update, Dawn of the Hunt. So it was posted 3 days ago. So let's check this out.
Path of Exile 2 video. This one covering the patch notes for point 2, Dawn of the Hunt. Well, everything is on fire. Pretty much everything got nerfed. I was expecting the top end stuff to get nerfed and the middle stuff to not be touched.
So they nerfed everything, and is what's going on here.
What happened? Well, to be fair, crossbows got buffed. Monsters
got
crossbow? Buffed. Enemies, that is. Some warrior stuff got buffed. Some stuff was deleted, and a lot of other stuff got completely obliterated. And then they went American History X curb stomping on a lot of things. Oh man, I'm gonna go through some notable stuffs that that I think we should bring up to speed from the patch notes. Obviously, going to be based on my.
I mean, I'll take it.
So
Crossbows getting buffed.
I'm not going to be talking about, but the thing that stood out for me.
All I play is Mercenaries.
I do want to start this entire video by basically saying that we expected a ton of nerfs to the game, and I mean a ton. We expected super big nerfs on a lot of stuffs, and the sheer quantity of nerfs was expected. I personally didn't expect it to be this much. There are some other changes that's being made outside of just.
Let's go see what this take's going to be all about.
Damage sources, stuff like that. They're also adding a lot of delays, which is not just heavily.
Yeah, that's the main issue that I have is that they added delays for
combat and in the
the grenades.
And
they nerfed the F out of the grenades.
For example,
Keanu Reeves? Exactly.
Before a curse is applied after casting it by another half second.
Oh wait, let me move my model
There's
around.
a lot of grenade stuffs, which I think is more prominent in this sense, where a lot of grenades.
Let me move this fucker over here.
Delay before they explode, which would.
My model does look like Keanu Reeves. That's crazy. I barely put in that. It's just that this is based off of how I look, so there's that.
Than just shooting the grenades. So there's a lot of these things where the game is now basically these patch notes.
I am Keanu, you know?
Meaningful combat / combo play style. And that is one of my main concerns.
Imagine?
I'm not so much concerned about the damage nerfs. Because
nah, I'm not that big.
Maybe not this
I'm not like Keanu. No worries. I have long hair and a mustache and beard and the goatee, so close to Keanu as possible.
You get better skills. You get better level of your skills. You get better gear. Your character gets more levels. your character gets faster, and that also comes with the underlying expectation that your character is supposed to clear faster, do more damage, kill bosses faster, survive better, and that kind of the expectation is that you want to keep moving forward, not get stopped in place because you're fighting a lousy rare or
Therefore, your
magic
Shadow the
enemies,
Hedgehog.
where you
Exactly.
now have to use the entire toolkit your character has at his disposal to be able to kill a pack of magic monsters.
All black as well.
And
So
on the other hand,
you know.
I know it's a cop out, but I will say that I played Path of Exile 1 for over 11 years, and I feel like I have a pretty good idea when I read patch notes to be able to make an educated guess of how it's going to feel. I can tell you right now that based off the patch notes I've just finished reading,
and I'm just waiting
I
on
have no
so I'm getting
idea
a
how the game
a
will
new
feel to
shirt
play on Friday.
from a group
I have
of
no
people
idea.
that I watch.
I can't,
So I'm
I
getting a
haven't-
shirt from
I haven't
them, so I'm
touched,
excited
but
for
I
that.
I can't comfortably say that I have an idea of how it's going to be. What I will say is that the game will be completely different. Friday, come patch 0.2.0 is going to be a completely different game compared to what we've played in early access since December. Completely different game. And that's kind of exciting, I guess. So we'll see. It may be good, it may be bad. I can't make that judgment call right now. So as a result of me not being able to make that judgment call, we'll have a look at it. I made some notes. They're right here. Sorry. They're right
Oh,
here.
wrong game.
So I'm going to go through this list step by step. It's going to be a long one, so strap in. I just needed to do a little bit of context prior to leading into this. I understand that a lot of people, I think, are very upset with the changes presented. In the
I love
patch notes.
PoE too. It's like my
There
favorite
is
game to play.
seemingly a
So
lot of people that are
let's go
happy
see
with
what
these
this is
things as
about.
well.
I had noticed that there has been a lot
Let's see how
of
people will feel when we play it,
nerfs
but
to like
there
the
are some
builds and
concerns
stuff like
with
that.
selection. There's also one thing
And
to point out before I go through these notes.
they did a
and that is
lot
that
of
we don't know the exact details of the 100+ uniques we're getting. We
loot
don't know the
changes, and
details of
it's
the
super
100+
annoying with the
reward
loot
gifts we're getting.
changes
We
because
also
now it's
don't know the
difficult to
exact
try to get
details
to the
of
loot.
all of the gem changes in terms of damage scaling, which is surely having even more nerfs. So in the patch notes, they were reducing the within presence base radius. This was about 6 meters before. I can show you here in game. My current curse has a. Let's see, let me verify. So I didn't put that back in, did I? So my base radius on my curse, I can verify it by doing this, showing that it's a 2.1 meter curse radius. Presence previously had a 6 meter base radius. Now it's 4 meters. So that means I have 2.1 radius here. So 2.1. This right there is 4.2 meters. So a little bit less than that. So somewhere around this distance for my character is the base radius of the
Damn.
presence. However, I have a note in my little notepad saying that they're going to be increasing radius of presence in 2 different variations. One being enabled modifiers on items such as the scepter will have increased radius as a higher modifier,
Okay.
scaling up to 80%. And then the other part of it is getting us to the point of having access to this on the skill tree as well. So we'll see how that goes. So that's part of what's happening. So base radius of presence, and then you'll have to compensate that with skill tree. That means it's a nerf directly to any build that wants to use presence buff, because now you have to kind of invest into that in your skill tree, which is now a
This game is
skill
going to be
tree point
free
nerf
in like
to
3
compensate
months from
for
now.
that. This is
So
specifically
3 to
for
4 months.
the
So
fire
if you
damage
want
on
to
the Infernalist
play
and
the game
10%
early, I would
damage
recommend you
with
playing the game now.
Might, which
If you
is what
want
I'm
to,
most excited
or
about.
wait until it comes
I
out for
will
free
say
to
this,
play.
with this information, that based on everything I've read so far, I know there's a lot of nerfs, but I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that I feel like, based on the information we've seen, that minions have been hit the least out of the non-top end meta build nerfing. I also feel like, based on the information we've seen, that I'll get to it with Infernalist, but I definitely feel like the Lich is
This
going to be
game
the
is
best,
similar to
build
Diablo
or
and stuff like
essentially
that, but
use
in my
for minion
opinion, it's
builds.
better.
But we'll see once we get more gem information. Next up, the next nerf, which was kind of uncalled for. I was a little bit confused about this one. Is cruel version of the Candlemas Essence. This is one of the rewards you get from a boss kill, is reducing the increased life you get from 8% down to 5%. So that's a 3% life nerf. I, for the life of me, cannot figure out why they would nerf life. There are some crazy energy shield nerfs, but I can't for the life of me figure out why life was nerfed. I actually don't.
Wait, they don't
understand this
nerf
one.
energy shields. I might just have to stick with energy
Another
shields.
part of it is your heavy stun bar doesn't start emptying until the heavy stun animation is finished, instead of when the heavy stun animation starts. heavy stun duration of players is now 3 seconds instead of 1 second, and players can't block or evade hits while they are heavy stunned. What this means is that if you get heavy stunned, you're dead.
Damn. That's what I
Because
figured.
nothing in the patch notes is telling us that the enemies are going to slow down. You get heavy stunned, you're basically dead. That's what this is telling us. Critical strike weakness stacks now track the duration individually, similar to how Wither works in PoE 1. So instead of refreshing the duration for all stacks,
I think I'm probably just going to be a
individual stack
PoE
crit weakness
guy.
to 10 times. It's now individually calculated, so now you have to, like for builds that cast Eye of Winter, would need to reapply that more often or use support tips to increase the duration of this. Another cool thing, which is actually a buff. There are some buffs, not many, but there are some. Fully broken armor on enemies now causes them to take 20% increased physical
Oh my
damage
god,
on
okay.
minions. This would actually work for minions as well, for that matter, but this is a cool little buff.
So basically what this means is that there is a certain skill in Path of Exile if you use the bow. I think it's called armor piercing or something like that. So when you use that, you break the armor and then you pop out with, I'm trying to remember what that skill is called. Give me a minute. I do remember what the skill is called, and I do know what combo they're talking about. But if that's the case, this might be busted. Yeah, high velocity rounds. So armor piercing, you break their armor and then you pop out the high velocity rounds, and that should destroy a bunch of people. Because when I played, I did about 600 damage pre-buff. So what I'm thinking is that it's going to do roughly 800 damage. Roughly. So not bad. Not bad. I mean, that's pretty good. That's a huge buff. That's a huge buff for those people that use armor and high velocity rounds. That's pretty good. I might actually have to stick with that shit.
I think that warriors and crossbows were like the two things that were generally buffed across the board for the most part, if you take away things like, you know, Hammer of the Gods. Revivable minions now spawn with their skills on cooldown. This only applies to newly summoned minions, not minions that have just revived. I believe this was introduced as a fix to the whole weapon swap shit that people did as a pseudo convocation. The problem with this is emphasizing on why I wanted minions to get survivability buffs in the early game. Normally, one of the more commonly used leveling approaches for minions in the early stage is to use the Skeletal Sniper's gas clouds. Problem is, if an enemy, like the lousiest rat in the corner of the actual city or the towns, looks at the minions in the wrong way, they die. This means that when they then get back up alive, their cooldown of their ability, that is the only reason you would even consider using them until Act 3, that ability will be on cooldown, right? That is my understanding.
So that's how you use the witch.
The weapon swap to move them into place. However, when you have minions that have just revived, this will not be the case. So there are some countermeasures to this. So as a result, this specific change is basically only being applied to the whole weapon swap shenanigan with it. So there's that, but it's like it just feels a bit awkward in general. You can't really do the whole moving them because you don't have access to blink to move minions in the early stage. You sometimes use the weapon swap. You can no longer do that. But if they die, at least you can use the ability when they come back up from a normal revive instead. So that's still playable, and that's fine for leveling for the most part. But I don't know. I'm not very happy with it personally, but I understand the reasoning behind this. Next one up is setting a stat to a specific value, such as Chaos Inoculation, setting your life to 1, or Bloodmatic, setting your mana to 0, now occurs before conversion is applied to that stat, rather than being ignored by conversion. This applies to the whole mana amulet, Everlasting Gaze, I think it's called. And most importantly, one of the more competitive minion builds that is not a witch, which is the Gemlin Legionnaire. Shout out to Oscrix for that one.
Gemlin Legionnaire? Oh, I love Gemlins.
Stacking life using a Ghost Wraith chest piece together with Chaos Inoculation gave us a ton of energy shield. So first off, the Ghost Wraith has been nerfed. And secondly, you can't use that with CI and scale a lot of energy shield from it. So there's a massive energy shield nerf as a direct result of this. This was obviously a bug and was obviously something we expected to be fixed. And now it is. Moving over to Ascendancy changes. Again, I'm only picking out some of the notable changes.
Okay.
So the video won't be too far, 200 hours long. I'll try to wrap it up, or I'll speed it up rather. Ascendancy changes. Gem Legionnaire.
I love the dude's
enhanced
tats.
effectiveness, ascendancy, passive,
I want to
now
try to get
grants
I want to
20%
get
less
myself some tattoos
attributes,
eventually.
Enhanced effectiveness. Let me see if I can
Eventually, I'm gonna get like an EV
pick
server
that up
tattoo.
when I find it. Enhanced effectiveness. Here's the POB. Enhanced effectiveness is this one, which makes it so the bonuses from intelligence, strength, and dexterity are doubled. This comes with a downside of 20% less attributes. Integrated efficiency ascendancy, which should be, where is it? Integrated efficiency. Am I there? Grants 3 additional skill slots. Is no longer going to be the case. Instead, it now is going to cost skills to gain 20% increased damage per red socket, 6% increased skill speed per green, and 20% increased critical strike and critical hit chance per blue socket. Then we have implanted gems. Should be up here, right? I can't even find it. Last one I checked, of course. +1 to all spell skills, or all skills rather. Instead of that, it is going to provide a choice between +2 level of all skills with a strength requirement, or with dexterity requirement, or with intelligence requirement, which is, I guess, a pseudo buff to it for the most part. Infernalist, however, the seething body ascendancy passive skill now has a while on high infernal flame, you and your allies in your presence, which was nerfed, gain 50% of damage as fire instead of 20, which is quite a massive change. Seething bodies right here. So basically, when you're high on infernal flame, you will have 50% of damage added as extra fire within presence, which is quite important as that was nerfed, but there's going to be available nodes on the skill tree to compensate for this. But
Okay.
it means it's a passive skill tree investment, like I mentioned before. But 50% instead of 20 is quite insane. However, a change that was very confusing to me is that the Loyal Hellhound, this node right here, no longer gives you 20% damage from hits taken from the doggy instead of you, which means that the defensive layer, which was the main reason we used this, is now gone, which means that the only other reason we use the Hellhound is for exposure application or debuff application, a little bit of damage source from it, sure, but it's very minimal. The main reason for this
I never ever
actually
made it to
damage
end
reduction
game, so I have no idea what
that
the
is
end
now
game
taken
is for this
away
game.
from the Infernalist, lowering the general defenses of the character itself. So I'm going to move on to talk a little bit about passive skill tree changes. And in here we have some added companion-related clusters for Tamed Beast, for example. I have no idea what that's going to look like. We don't have that info yet. They're going to add new presence, radius, and aura-related clusters. We don't know when and where, but my understanding is at least the companion will be in the part where the hunters and rangers are going to be active.
Okay.
They've added a new Trusted Kinship Keystone passive skill to the southeast of the ranger and hunter starting location. Trusted Kinship allows you to have 2 companions of different types, causing companions to have +1 to each defense for every 2 of that defense you have, and also causes you to have 30% less defenses. So you lower your personal defense, but you can have 2 companions. This opens up for the possibility of some sort of companion minion build, maybe. I'm not sure, but we'll see what we can play.
That's gonna
around
be
with that. I do have some
interesting.
ideas I gotta run with my boys and see if we can make some fun minion stuff with this, but I wanted to bring it up. There have been 12 jewel sockets removed from the passive skill tree, which is fucking insane. Especially considering how fact the minion builds is in a position where they scale very well from passive jewel sockets. 12 removed. I don't
So
know
the
where
witch got
these
nerfed.
12 are taken, but they're surely going to impact this part of the tree that I care about, which is up here. So I just don't know when and where these are going to get removed. Existing character with jewels in those sockets can be reclaimed the jewels to their main inventory by using the /reclaim jewels chat command. Okay, great. Eldritch Battery Keystone passive skill now has the additional property of doubling your mana cost. This is one of many changes screwing over mana. Eldritch Battery is right up here. It converts all of your energy shield into flat mana instead, and now they're making your mana cost of abilities cost twice as much.
Damn, they're nerfing
However, on
a
the top of the
bunch.
skill changes, we have quite a long list here, so we're going to go through this. Adjusted minion damage and life scaling. That's it. I have no idea the numerical values of this. They just said they're adjusting it. Okay. General damage in life is the same early game, which I don't like, because I feel like minions are way too squishy in the early game. It's similar problem to PvE1 for that matter, but lower than before at higher levels, especially past level 20. And I can show you in game my current. I don't have that great gear, but it's pretty damn decent. and I have level 32 Skeletal Frost Mages. But every level past 20 is now going to be lowered. So they're basically lowering the damage efficiency we get in the higher levels.
Damn,
Archmage,
they're
however,
nerfing the F out of the witches.
Archmage is basically dead. Archmage now causes non-channeling spells to gain 3% of damage as extra lightning damage for each 100 flat mana or max mana. You have it at all gem levels. Previously, this scaled up to 6% at level 20, but now it's just flat 3% across the board. Non-channeling spells now cost an additional 6.7 down to 6.1% of your max mana instead of 5.35 to 5.05. So it already costs more mana as well. Quality now provides reduced reservation. Instead of granting non-channeling spells, gain 0 to 2% of damage as extra lightning for each 100 flat mana as well. So it's just super big nerfs to Archmage
Damn.
abilities, which is the common theme. We'll
Sorceress
see
got
on most pages
nerfed.
throughout the patch
Witch
notes.
got nerfed. This is what happens when they're
Banner
overpowered.
skills, however, now have an aura radius of 4.5 meters instead of 4, and you're now considered aura skills, allowing us to scale this effectively. I'm guessing with support chance, but most important from the skill tree to scale these as auras. Maybe we'll play around with this. I'm not sure yet. But for the builds that do want to use banners, which I've barely seen any, I'm not sure how big of an impact this will have for them. Bone Storm is getting a pretty interesting change, making it more similar to mechanics we're familiar with from Path of Exile 1. The Bone Storm Shrapnel has become a general mechanic called Impale. Similar to the Impale mechanic from PoE 1, hits that impale an enemy causes the next attack to hit against that enemy to gain added physical damage equal to 30% of the physical damage dealt by the impaling hit. Bone Storm now impales on hit instead of applying a specialized debuff now has 200% more impale magnitude, which allows us and incentivizes builds to use Bone Storm as a debuff application of impale to allow other sources like party members or minions to do more damage with their attacks. And then we have another thing here, and that is the fact that conductivity now causes cursed enemies to have minus 25% lightning resistance at level 7, which was previously 32, and scaling up to minus 29% at level 20, where it was previously 36. This is the same treatment every single elemental-related resistance dropping curse had. Despair is even lower, but the elemental ones have been nerfed in the same way. Most importantly, however, curse skills now apply their curse after a 1.5
Now I know what type of build I want to build next.
1 second. I mentioned this at the start of this video, where how they're delaying this to. It feels like they want to try to forcefully enforce the idea of meaningful combat to prevent this from just rapidly applying the stuff. It just, I'm a little concerned about this take. I'm not a big fan of this, but that's what's happening. Detonate Dead. I don't think something has been more dead than Detonate Dead after this patch, but there's a lot of changes to it. But this one is saying that the physical damage is equal to 8.8 up to 10.7% of corpse maximum life, which was previously 20% across the board, which is almost a 50% cut. And it's scaling further past gem level 20, though. So with higher investment, but I mean, it's just a geeky nerf. It also, however, deals a little flat fire damage, which has also been nerfed. So it's just a big DD nerf. Direct the minions. I can show you this in game as well. Direct the minions, you can control them by moving them around like this. This ability or this prompt or command will now have a 0.5 second cooldown for whatever reason. Flame Wall now causes projectiles which passes through the wall to deal less damage. There's considerable nerfs to projectiles flying through Flame Wall, which is actually a nerf to quite a few things, but including minions. And then
they nerfed that, man.
Which is
I don't like that.
Straight up deleted. They've said in the patch note that they aim to rework Grim Feast in the coming future, but for now, it is completely gutted, which was the main resource or source of defenses that we had for minion-related builds and many other builds for that matter as well. It was way too broken, one of the most overpowered skills in the entire game. It was absolutely insane, not just for the overflow, but for the fact that it was super insane for the sustain. I understand that they need to get rid of this. I just didn't expect them to actually straight up delete it, but that is what's happening.
So Flame Wall got nerfed.
Hammer of the Gods, however, no longer has a cooldown. However, it requires 20 glory to use. Glory is a resource that gets built up by heavy stunning enemies, and the amount of glory gained is based on the stunned monster's power. Quality is now plus 0 to 0.4 of impact radius, and previously it was a cooldown recovery. What this means is that basically most endgame bosses, Pinnacle bosses specifically, you can no longer just one-shot them as they spawn. Now you have to heavy stun that fucker, you know, X amount of times before you can use Hammer of the Gods once. So this is preventing it. Like, this is such an insane nerf to Hammer of the Gods. It's crazy. Hex Blast also received some massive nerfs. That you can only detonate curses for which has at least 50% of the duration.
That's where I'm going to
as
start getting all my
expired
news from
on a
PoE.
curse before you can use it.
From
Which means you have
Gazi.
to curse something with a delay, by the way. And then you have to wait for that curse to have expired 50%. Then you can explode it. This means it can never explode curses that have an infinite duration, like Blasphemy. And curse orbs will be visually different when 50% of the curse duration has expired if your Hex Blast is equipped. The explosion radius got a small buff, though, in radius size. And it now has a maximum number of 3 explosions per cast instead of 9. So there are massive Hex Blast nerfs. Hex Blast damage has also been lowered, so roughly 17% at all gem levels. And they're also reducing the explosion radius of this from 1 to 1.2 from 1.6. This is also one of those insane nerfs. It's just crazy.
Damn,
But
Hex
it
Blast
also
got nerfed.
emphasizes on the idea that I was talking about before with enforcing people to apply a curse, 1.5 seconds to apply it. Now you gotta wait for that one to expire 50%, and then you can use Hex Blast. It just forces. It's not incentivizing us. It's enforcing the whole meaningful combat combo play style to actually play the game. And I said it before. I know it feels like a bit of a cop-out. We still have to play this game on Friday to test it out, see how it feels, because Friday, it's going to be a new game. This is not what we played since December. The game is completely different on Friday. They decided to give Skeletal Clerics a brain by making their behavior improved by reducing the cases where they would run at enemies and attempt to attack them even though they don't attack. So I guess that's a buff. Pain Offering Aura now grants 28 to 58 increased damage at gem levels 5 to 20 instead of 29 to 44 more damage. And the Aura now grants them up to 58% increased attack and cast speed, which was previously only 30%. At first glance, this looks like a crazy good buff, right? They're almost doubling the attack and cast speed. The damage numerically went up, but they've changed it so the damage buff is an increase modifier, which is an additive modifier, and they stripped away the multiplicative more multiplier damage modifier instead. So this is a direct damage nerf to minions. However, they are making minions faster at attacking and casting, which is quite nice to have, but it is ultimately a damage nerf to minion builds straight off the bat. They did a similar nerf to this on the spell version of this as well. Radiant Spirits. I'm not sure how I feel about this. This is a weird one. Radiant Spirit now has a duration increased by 1 second, so from 4 to 5, which is nice, but you can only summon 2 maximum spirits per spell cast, which was 5 before. Before, all you had to do was cast 2 flame walls, and you had your 10 spirits. Now they're making it so that each cast can have a maximum of 2 spirits, which means you have to cast 5 times flame wall, or 10 spells or 10 projectiles in total, which each cast with projectiles base, like Ember Fusilier, for example, would only summon 1 per projectile, but each cast could only summon 2 at maximum. So the description of Radiant Spirit also been updated to make more clear that triggered spells will not summon spirits. So here's the weird part. They added this information. Improved the performance of spawning very high amounts of Radiant Spirits. If you spawn a larger number of spirits at the same time, the spawning of them is now spread out over a short duration. But you can't summon a large amount of spirits at
Damn, they
you can
nerfed
only
that.
summon 2 per cast, and you can't summon them through triggered abilities. So I'm like, what? So the solution to this is, especially when leveling, is to use the ability Ember Fusilier to summon the SRS. And you would use less duration support. It's called Fast Forward, I think, in PoE2. And you would use that combined with like Scatter Shot, because Scatter Shot was giga nerfed, by the way. We'll get to that.
Oh my
to allow
god.
Ember Fusillade to summon
They
the
nerfed
Exodus
scatter
Resource
shot?
for you instead. At
Yo,
the very
what?
least, this is how we're gonna do
Well,
it
good
for
thing I'm
11.
looking at this, so it's helping me a lot.
Sacrifice Aura now has minions revive 66% more slow and up to 60% more slow at level 20 compared to 31, which is just another, gut-wrenching hit on Detonate Dead builds. Skeletal Warrior can no longer be engraved in the gem cutting menu. You can't, the skill doesn't exist. However, they say here that they state here that existing copies turns into skeletal snipers, yada yada yada. But this is apparently somehow going to Scepter. So what it says here is that the Skeletal Warrior skill granted by some Scepters now allows you to summon additional skeletons by reserving spirits. You get the skill for free, essentially. In addition to the 2 free skeleton it grants automatically. But they're saying some Scepters. So I don't know which Scepter bases are going to give us the skill for free, or if all Scepters or most Scepters are going to have the Rattling Scepter base, because as of right now, we don't use any other Scepter except for Rattling one to get minions we can sacrifice with our offering skill. And that's why we never use the Aura Scepters, ever. That's very clear. But I'm not sure what this is. We haven't got any information about this. I have no idea what some is referring to. Next up is a soul offering. Same damage shift there. Higher numeric value, but additive instead of multiplicative. This is a damage nerf to spell-based minion builds.
Wow.
Spark now fires 49 projectiles. Basically, the gist of it, you get like no projectiles compared to before. They completely gutted Spark by itself. Like Archmage wasn't enough. Spark is just dead. That's how it feels like. Tempest Bell, there's a lot of Tempest Bell changes. I don't want to dig too deep into this information, but essentially what the big take out of it is that they've actually increased the damage on some parts of it, but they're also requiring you to, instead of doing a combo for 4 attacks before you can use the bell itself, you have to do a 10 combo attack before you're able to do it.
Oh wow, they're nerfing monks.
The amount of hits the bell can take before it goes away. And it's just crazy how much they nerfed this. They also removed the ailment stuff and made some changes to this. So with the damage scaling here, it's actually reduced quite drastically on the attack damage with the ailment stuff. Tempest Bell can only trigger a shockwave every 250 milliseconds as well, so it's not going to be able to consume all of the charges immediately by hitting it multiple times very fast. You have to wait a quarter of a second between each trigger from the bell, which is also kind of a big nerf to it. And it cannot be modified with a cooldown recovery, so it's just set to that number. And Tempest Bell limit the number of bells placed is now shared between different copies of the skill as well. The on-kill effects of Herald skills can no longer trigger from kills caused by the Herald skills. So this is the Herald chaining is now completely gutted. This was expected. There's a small buff to unearth minions, basically just giving them extra duration. That's it.
Oh, let's go.
We're going to move over to support changes. I'm going to try to go through these as fast as I can, by the way, so you might have to watch this in a slower speed if you need to. Support changes. Feeding Frenzy and Meat Shield can no longer support minions which are undamageable. Now, luckily, Raging Spirits is a damageable minion, so we should be able to still be supporting Feeding Frenzy on them. They're just not targetable, but they're still damageable. So we'll see how that goes. So that's quite interesting. Meat Shield support has been changed, so instead of taking instead of giving the enemies more life, which is another DD nerf, they are making it so that Meat Shield will make it so that the minion will take 35% less damage, which is a massive damage reduction buff, which I think is really good. I think this change has more to do with the fact that you have tamed Beast companion builds to make.
Oh my god, Scattershot now does 15% less, more or less damage than before. Oh, I don't like that.
Scattershot was nerfed. 35% less damage, and previously this was 20. This was commonly used by Frost Mages and Arsonists and other builds as well. But because of these approaches where they give us less damage, it means that this will directly impact the efficiency of those builds. So I'm not sure how the damage will look. It's too early to tell. We'll have to test it out and go from there. And that's kind of it, right? However, Strip Away now causes exposure applied by support skill to have 20% increased effect instead of 30. This is yet another nerf.
Damn, they're nerfing
like the
everything.
Infernalist, because they removed the damage reduction. Now we would only have the doggy for.
Dude, they're nerfing a shit ton of stuff in this game.
Application of ailments and And
Am I gonna stop playing? No.
Armor break,
I love this game
poison,
too much. You think I'm gonna stop?
Maim, slow, blind, or fire exposure, which strip away is now nerfing. So now that doggy is even less valuable. Moving over to unique item changes that I picked out, at Seer's Disdain is going to get some serious nerfs to it. Instead of the 20 to 25% of damage taken bypassing energy shield, it's now going to be 10%, which is a big nerf. I think this is connected to the Lich Ascendancy for the Soulless form.
We're gonna see how well this
They're
video
adding the
does.
60 to 100 flat mana instead of 40 to 60, so we get flat mana. But they are now taking the 10 to 15% of maximum life as extra energy shield is now 10 to 15 instead of 25 to 30. So they basically gutted that approach as well from the Seer's Disdain. Everlasting Gaze, however, got the short end of the stick. This amulet is the conversion of energy shield or mana. It will now give 4 up to 6% of your max mana as extra energy shield. Previously, this was 20 to 30%. Provides 40 to 60% increased mana regeneration instead of 50 flat, or 50%. And they're giving 40 to 60 plus max mana instead of just flat 50. Ghostwraith was giga nerfed. Instead of 50% of your max life converted to energy shield, it's only 25%, which is kind of a crazy nerf. But speaking of crazy nerfs, Ingenuity. Well, instead of 40 to 80% increased bonuses gained from equipped rings, instead it now has 20 to 30% bonuses gained from your equipped left ring, and another modifier saying the same for your right ring. So now you have 2 different variables that need to hit high for it to be good. And then there's also a modifier that they added to it is adding +1 up to 2 charm slots. They're also adding a modifier saying -20 to up to +20 increased charm just gained, or as well as -10 to 10 reduced charm charges used. I feel like this is like their attempt to make people use more divine orbs. That's how it feels to me, but Ingenuity is insanely nerfed. The Vol Shield for Magic Find, this is a long list of Magic Find nerfs that they're adding to the game. Instead of the 333 up to 666% increase effect if you're stuck at the Soul Course, it's just straight up going to be 100% increase effect. Massive nerf to that. They're reducing the effect from Arbiter Boss unique body armor, the Warrior Invictus. There's some different things, such as it will be able to generate 3 random modifiers instead of 2. However, the following random modifiers can no longer roll. You can no longer get rarity, life, mana, attributes, which is basically the best ones. They can't roll anymore. And instead, there are some adjusted modifiers to Spirit. Instead of having flat 10, it can roll 6 up to 10. The global defense is
I think right after this, we're gonna build we're gonna build a new Merc build based off of the new stuff.
The numerical values, which further emphasizes that I think it feels like they're trying to force people into using divine orbs on these items. I'm not a big fan of that being the divine sync, but this is how they're forcing it. Oaksworn Unique Shield no longer provides 50 plus spirits, and they thought it was a good idea to compensate the 50 spirit reduction from this to instead give us 50% increased life regeneration rate. Basically, we're not going to use the shield anymore.
Okay.
Trench Timber also saw a nerf by reducing 1 on the high-end level of minion skills. So instead of +3, you can max get to +2. Ventur's Gamble got a reduction on the Magic Find stat with a rarity. And we're going to move over with this little list into item changes.
Hey!
Item changes. The base damage of all crossbows have been increased. Crossbows also have 200 versions of added damage modifiers instead of the 100 versions they were using. This is quite a massive buff to it. I'm not a big fan of crossbows, but I wanted to add this in because it is quite a
I love
big buff
crossbows.
in the midst of all
Now
chaos
give it
and all
two-handed, and now it'll do a lot more
This
damage.
is quite a big buff. Increased rarity of items final modifiers have been lowered at the top end. Suffix modifiers 20 to 25. Previously it was 30, and prefix is down to 25 from 32. Golden Charms went down 5%. Soul Core Vascapa is giving us 5% of quantity of gold from dropped enemies instead of rarity, because apparently 10% rarity had to be reduced, and instead of lowering the numerical value, they thought it was a pretty good idea to say, well, you're going to get dropped gold instead because gold is so good at the end game. Scepters can have a max level of +4 level of minion skills rather than 5. So +4 is the highest you can get now, which is yet another nerf to the damage application as well as survivability for minions. Scepters can now roll up to 80% increased presence area effect, which is actually a buff, especially with things like the new Infernalist node for the damage.
But it does say existing items are unaffected. So what it's saying is that if you do have a +5 to all skills, it's unaffected and you can still have it.
Have been reduced at the highest tiers, and we're going to move over to monster changes. Monsters now have a higher light stun damage scaling with level. In the early levels of the part of the campaign, there's no change, but it's going to be twice as often happening in the higher end game. Added a series of enhanced rare modifiers that are more powerful than the standard versions and more rewarding. Now, I read this and I immediately started shaking. I started looking for my pills. I started looking for any sort of boost to just drench my fucking PTSD of Arch Nemesis from PoE 1. It might not be that bad. I don't want to scare people, but my first reaction to reading this was Arch Nemesis is back. I feel like I'm in the Harry Potter world, and someone says, stares me in the eyes and goes, "He's back." That's how I feel when I read this. It's insane. But I hope it's not going to be that bad. This is one of those things. We have to play test this till we see how it is. But as of right now, that was my first reaction. I think that for people who never played PoE,
oh, it's so difficult.
For those of you who were here during the Arch Nemesis times, yeah, I don't have anything to say that's going to help you. I'm sorry. I feel the same way, okay? Let's just hope that's not the case. User interface changes. Added the ability to spectate party members if you died in combat. I think that's a pretty cool thing.
It is cool, but there's currently a bug with that.
Hovering over any instances of presence keyword will now show an indicator around your character to visualize your presence radius. I love this change. We have to get some good stuff in here as well. I don't need this video to be completely dark and gloomy, right? We need some good stuff as well. Ritual reward menu now pauses the game. Thank you. That's a good change as well. And then we went over to some bug fixes. Now, I skimmed through it, and there was a couple things I had to bring out.
The
first one is fix.
So there currently is a bug with the spectating party members. For example, for those of you guys who are play PoE 2, if you spectate a team member when you die and you spectate them and they revive you, there is a bug where you can no longer use your weapons or any skills when you attack. So you cannot attack when you're down on the ground because you went to spectate your teammate while they were rezzing you, and then as soon as they res you, you can no longer shoot or do anything. You cannot use any skills. So there's currently that bug going on right now. I don't know if they fixed it in the update that just happened today, so I have no idea if they fixed it. But yeah, let's go ahead and hop into this and let's go see what's up.
The bug where quality on scepters multiplied the amount of spirits they granted instead of granting quality to their inherent skill. I was so surprised to see that. In what world would quality on a scepter not scale spirit? Apparently that was a bug. The spirit is an implicit modifier on the rattling scepter. There's no damage to scale, so the only logical sense would be that it would scale a spirit. Apparently that's a bug. And instead, we would get quality to our skeletal warrior minion. Let me show you what a skeletal warrior minion does with quality. Any guesses? That's wrong. Nope, that's also wrong. You're all wrong. It's block chance. It's block chance. I'm going to say it a third time. It's
block chance.
Instead of the most logical sense to give a spirit. It's... I'm at loss of words when I read this. I don't know how to react when I read this. So, I don't know. It feels wild. Apparently it was a bug. Next one is Heft. This one we expected, though. Heft has been applying twice to minions, scaling them beyond crazy numbers. My concern with this is that I feel like some of the builds that did utilize the double scaling on the heft, that maybe they've nerfed things with heft being like the baseline norm. I don't know. Maybe they've over nerfed things, but I don't know. They buffed enemies and then they nerfed all us. I don't know if the balance is good. None of us will know till we play test it. This entire patch notes, it's just buffs, it's just nerfs everywhere, man. So I don't know.
Damn.
It might be good, it might be bad.
So
it's
a
impossible. I
bunch of
can't make an
nerfs.
educated guess. I have a hunch of it. I think that the things that I want to talk about is the same thing I started with the start of this video. I am mostly concerned for the whole delay things, how I feel like we're forced into the category of meaningful combat and combo playstyle, rather than us being incentivized. I wouldn't use the word that we're heavily incentivized now. I actually feel like it's being enforced on us. But the nerfs looks crazy. Like, I don't get the life nerf. Life needed help, not nerfs. But I don't know. It's going to be very interesting to play on Friday. The game will be completely different than what we played so far. And whether or not that's going to be a good game or a
So
bad
evasion
game,
and armor is probably
we
your
have
best
no
bet,
idea.
because
And,
max life got nerfed,
yeah,
and
that's it.
so
I'm excited
did
to play. I'm super excited for the Lich, I'll say.
So yeah, just for my take from what I got from this was Witch nerfed beyond repair, Sorceress nerf. The other three didn't have too much of a nerf. And they did a bunch of nerfs. They made it extremely difficult now. I played it recently and I died to some regular mobs, or like the blue mobs. I died to those guys and they pissed me off. That I quit the game and I went to go play Call of Duty instead. So that threw me off. It pissed me off. So hopefully they fixed that update and hopefully they fixed everything. I am going to pray that they did. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching till the very end. I do appreciate all of you guys. If you guys are new, please do consider hitting the sub, or hitting the sub, liking, comment, all of that good stuff. And that would be it for today's video of this reaction. And if you vibed with the energy, don't forget to drop a like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Volty reads them all. Seriously, he judges. Catch you in the next one. Until then, stay charged, stay chill, and never stop leveling up. Catch you guys on the next one. Alright, so we're done with that video. So we're basically done with the majority of today. So what we could basically do until I have to leave for work is probably continue watching some YouTube shit and stuff like that. We're probably gonna go to this guy's channel and see what's up and see if there's anything new.
So here's the video.
Where it is? There it is. They nerfed everything. This is what we just watched.
Hey,
so we'll watch this video. We're gonna watch all his videos.
TV here with another Path of Exile 2 video, and in this one I'm going to talk about my starter build and kind of like how hard, well, maybe not so much my starter build, I guess kind of, but it's more about how hard the nerfs actually hit minions. And you know, the patch notes was a huge nerf to basically everything. It was an absolute fucking disaster. However, I feel like minions were hit the least out of the high performing builds, at least from my perspective. So I want to talk about the changes to this and what's happening going forward. First and foremost, I do want to give a little shout out if I can get the pages up. Here we go. We have Path of Exile 2. Written guides are now going to be posted on Icyvein's PoE-vault.com/PoE2. A link for this will be in the description down below. However, we had to basically take away all of our guides because we have no idea if they're going to be working or not by tomorrow when this launches. Because on Friday, we're basically going to be playing a completely new game. However, leveling guides, we should be able to get something out. Hopefully, we'll have access to skill tree before the launch. At least that's what I'm hoping for. But we still don't know the 100+ support gems. We still don't know the 100+ new unique items. And there's so many things that we don't know. So instead of build guides, I think it was Ciceron who said build guesses. I think that's a pretty good description of what we're about to do. However, I feel like we have a pretty good state of an educated guess.
I think I might just be a PoE2 gamer, bro. Or
Or
streamer.
We're talking about both.
Because as soon as it comes free to play, this game's about to be massive.
The better of the two. And we're gonna
There's
talk
no
about the
denying
Viper,
that.
we're gonna
This
talk
is
about
going to be
the Katana,
huge.
And on the south side of the tree, we have the Tactician, which I'm very confident is going to be pretty cool, as well as the Gemini Legionnaire. So I'm going to start with the Witches, because that's what most people are here for. Essentially, the way I think we're going to be playing is very similar to what we've done before. It's going to be like a hybrid approach. We start with the Witch leveling with things like chaos-oriented spells, where we focus on that in the early stage till we get access to SRS. And then I think that we will still enable chaos skills together with the gas arrows from the skeletal sniper. We'll probably put a last gas support on the skeletal snipers, keep them alive so we get that skill out, which will ignite with flame wall. And that's kind of like the general consensus of what we're going to use. Once we get SRS, however, flame wall is not a good choice. Now we're going to want to have scattershot support on Ember Fusillade so that we can provide as many projectiles as possible to summon. Well, not 3, but 2 per orb, I guess, per cast. But we're going to be doing that and maybe even fast forward support on the Ember Fusillade. So that's going to be the kind of approach that we're leveling with. And then, as per usual, that's going to be the play style all the way up to we get to the point of Act 3 as Sakuboga Witch. Once we kill that, we can fully transition smoothly into minion build. There are ways of making this faster, but I believe that this approach is the one that provides the smoothest transition for people to follow a build guide in. So that's what we're going to be going for, and very likely something like that I'll be playing. I think that's very comfortable to play. Once you're done with a campaign, you start early endgame mapping. I think that for both Lich and Infernalist, the kind of playstyle approach is going to be gated around the idea of playing with the hybrid life and energy shield together with block being the background defenses. So we would not have these.
I'm excited to
nodes. We wouldn't have these nodes.
see what's up with all of this stuff.
Either or these nodes. It would be something in the ballpark of this. Might not do those either. Actually, my bad. Or that one, or this one. We might even do it like this.
Actually, let's skip this. And we might as well watch some of these new ones right here. So he's a minion gamer.
Everywhere, not just on Reddit, but then again, that's just the standard state of Reddit. Twitter, YouTube, Twitch streams everywhere, in-game, global chat, you name it, everything's on fire. Most people are seemingly not very happy with the current state of the game. However, GGD has issued a few changes to a lot of things that's going down. Most importantly is a life fix to lowering the life of monsters throughout the campaign.
Thank you, man.
Which I think is going to be a very, very good solution to the issue that we're seeing in the acts in general. I feel like I wanted to make a video to talk about a few things, but also raise some other concerns, which most people haven't seen yet, that I've experienced and caused quite a lot of frustration from my end. So I wanted to say that I played SSJ Contagion, leveling as a witch. And good lord, that shit does a lot of damage. And with the end of them lowering the HP of minion enemies, it's going to make that ridiculously good. I then did a lot of testing to see what kind of minions we could do and how they worked in a full transition around Act 3, and it was rough. We finally managed to get a functional approach that was actually.
So I guess that's what was the update
I didn't like
recently.
the of it that much, but it was pretty good. And then once I got to the end game of like mid-cruel acts, rather, it was pretty speedy. It was pretty comfy. Most things just went away. And then this was despite the life buff still being there, or the life state being fixed, if you will, because this still hasn't gotten in at the time of this recording. However, this buff, or this note, or this hotfix rather, is saying that it's going to taper off. Let's see what they're saying. This results in all monsters in the end game having the same life as before this change, indicating that this is all about the campaign, which I thought was pretty fair. Because the end game I was playing before this kicked in was expected to be the same as it is now, right? However, damage approach for minions felt lackluster. So I decided to invest and heavily focus on offensive scaling on my character. I am sitting on, what level am I? I'm level 69. Nice. And I have a little 15 gem with +4 for my gear. Now, I'm not Captain Resistances.
He's probably gonna PS as soon as you leave, knowing this guy.
My helmet, I have Spirit on my amulet. I basically went balls deep with just focusing on offensive scale.
All right, puppy, you're good to go if you want to go down.
Stuff. I have a 5 socket as well, and I have 429 spirit, which is quite a lot. Now, I'm a little squishy, and I was fine with that just to see how well we could make the minions perform. So the minions are significantly higher level than they would have if I would have focused on my own personal defense, starting with 0 modded, like white tier 1 maps. So I was like, okay, let's start.
I wish I had 25 pings.
See where the brick wall I'm gonna bash my head in is gonna happen. And to my surprise, the wall I was hitting was just straight up from those tier 1 maps that were no mods on them. I had situations where my entire minion army died versus a pack with 3 packs of white monsters. No rares, no magic packs. Now, granted, this only happened once, but still, and 3 packs.
80k is huge.
My entire army. I went back a second time and ran 3 clerics to keep the fuckers alive, and well, that didn't change shit. They wiped those as well. So I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe there's some overtuned mob. Maybe there's some overtuned rare, but there was no rare. Maybe there's some overtuned mod. Then I realized there is no mods. They're white monsters. So I was like, okay, maybe that's not an issue. Then maybe the issue is something else. Maybe I'm missing something, positioning or whatever. Fine, I move on. I engage with what I refer to as bullet sponges, which is what a lot of people refer to as the white monsters, but these are rares. And rares were very bullet spongy.
Yeah.
Essentially, my damage wasn't enough. So
I reached the point where he's talking about. I went up against a blue mob, right? And this blue mob had actually, it wasn't a blue mob. It was a rare, and they had like life regen. It was in the Town of Giants or Titans. Land of Titans. He was inside there. It was the motherfucker who can summon titans and shit like that, or summon creatures and revive creatures. So it was that guy, and he had life regen, right? And that life regen took me about 10 to 20 minutes. And I only got his health to 25% down. And at that point, I was like, you know what? F this. I'm going to leave this monster alone and go do something else. And that's exactly what I did. Because there was no way in hell I was going to go fight that. Because that is stupid. All right, let's get back into it.
Looking at what was happening. And essentially, my minions are doing so little damage that they are unable to kill enemies fast enough to maintain their own survivability. Enemies are slamming on them so much that not even 3 clerics was able to keep them alive with their new changed heals or resurrect them in time. And as soon as a couple of minions died that the clerics couldn't keep up with resurrecting, the issue just obviously ramped and escalated, and it's just a domino effect. You know what happens to a minion player when their minions are gone? The enemies will go for you unless they already have. You're running at this point. Then your minion spawns behind you and the enemies will keep running at you, which is fine. You'll just kite the enemies around in a circle around your minions. It's just that the enemies are faster than I am, even with Blink with Second Wind. So I have 2 different blinks on it. And despite this, and 25% movement speed in my boots, I was unable to stay away from them long enough before I died. And during that time, kiting around my entire army of minions that are now not being attacked, the enemies their HP barely moved. And so I was like thinking, maybe this is because the mods were specific. Then I realized the maps I'm running doesn't have any mods. And then I was thinking maybe it's because the rares were pretty tanky. They didn't have any specific tanky mods. And it all just gives me flashbacks and PTSD to Lake of Calandra League with Arch Nemesis from PoE 1, which is my reaction when I was reading the changes they were doing to rares. And it just, to me, feels really awkward that I can have this focus on offensive scaling, and they can't kill the enemies fast enough. And enemies can just slap the shit out of my minions, despite these investments, on a 0 modded tier 1 map. I hope I'm doing something wrong, because I've been live for soon to be 25 hours to have. I don't know. I've been awake for just over 30 hours at this point, and I'm a little frustrated, to say the least. However, GGG are making changes and responding to feedback. However, that feedback is coming from people barely touching campaign and quitting because they're very angry, rightfully so.
Makes sense.
And they're making responses to that. How long before people go through the changes to this and actually get to the end game and experience what I just experienced? So I just wanted to make that comment about that is the current state that I'm experiencing. And it's been pretty wild to struggle on tier 1 maps. Now, I've been told that not every build has this issue, but I don't know what to say. And I'm bending over backwards, and I feel like, you know what, this is up my alley. It's minion builds. I should solve this. And maybe I'm just too tired. Maybe it's something obvious I'm missing. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too naive and thinking this is on me. I don't know. I'm a little confused. So after this video, I'm going to go to bed. I think. Probably. And we'll see what happens. However, that said, let's talk about the campaign or the progression of there. I think that in general, the approach of the difficulty is, to me, quite enjoyable, at least on bosses. I actually genuinely enjoyed fighting bosses. There were several campaign bosses where I got to engage with new mechanics I had never seen before. I've never seen them do that before because I've always killed them so fast. And so that was pretty fun. I don't know if they've added those abilities, but like fights never lasted more than a handful of seconds before, so that was pretty cool. However, it is pretty punishing when a fight lasts a couple of minutes rather than 10 seconds. And I think that could be very punishing and detrimental for newer players. So I'm not sure how the reaction is for those type of players. And since I can't speak for them, nor can I find myself seeing how they experience it from their perspective, I just want to point out from my biased opinion, from a blaster perspective, I enjoyed that. I didn't enjoy engaging with raid bosses before the actual boss. And when I talk about raid bosses, I'm talking about packs of white monsters, where I had to call in, 2 tanks, 3 off tanks, and 60 healers to keep them alive, whilst my minions were hitting them, being the DPS group, part of the raid group. So that was a bit weird. Worst was when there was magic monsters. They were even worse. Like, we're talking going in 10 people in a 40-man raid. And, let's not talk about the overtuned rares in this case. But these things are getting fixed. They are getting fixed, but bosses are untouched, is my understanding. So I'm not sure how other people react to that. So I wanted to hear you guys' thoughts now. Leave a comment down below in the comments. Leave a comment down below in the comment. Again, I'm tired. Drop a comment down below what you guys feel about it, because I liked it. But at the same time, I saw some arguments on Reddit talking about how they don't want the game to be Dark Souls, right? They don't want it to be a Souls-like, and I get that argument as well. I mean, it is an ARPG. I don't really know what else to say about it, because I feel like ultimately I believe the argument is going to land on one thing, and I'm a little annoyed with it, and that is that GGG has for the past decade been very adamant about rather making things too difficult, and then they will respond to feedback by making it easier, and that is well received, which is just how it is. Because if they release something that is too easy and they say, hey, we're going to make it harder, that's going to be a bad taste. People don't like that. And they've done this multiple times over, and I think that's pretty good. I just feel like this time it was a little over, like, it's over the top. And I find it kind of crazy. Like, a lot of people stopping in the early stages, and I don't know what to say when it comes to the end game part of it, but it feels so crazy to me. Just the general balance of the feel of the game, because I feel like the same comments I made when we talked about the patch notes, we're not incentivized to do combo play style, meaningful combat, or whatever you want to, or whatever words you want to use. We are forced into it, and more often than not, the combo play style, meaningful combat, doesn't feel like the payoff for doing it is representative of the work we put in to pull that off. And this is, stretches beyond other classes and whatnot. So I can only speak to the Lich that I've been playing. It just feels really awkward Like the payoff is not worth the trouble of doing those combos. That's kind of like where the position I'm at. I also feel like the game is in a position where it is an ARPG. That's not changing. This is an ARPG, which means that as you progress your character, get levels, get gear, and improve your character in general, you're supposed to feel stronger, clear faster, hit harder, be able to take hits better. At some point, you get to a stage where you're so crazy overpowered. Like Jonathan and Mark said, they want this. They don't mind people having overpowered builds, killing a boss in 14 seconds, but they have to earn it. But with the current state, I feel like, how do we even get to that point? I don't feel like that we get there because if there's like delays. Look at curses. It's a 1.5 second delay before a curse even takes place. There are so many delays and it changes in the patch notes that is forcing us to stutter play. It's stop and go. Huntress is designed to jump back. But we want to go forward when we have the strength for it. But the game is not allowing us to go forward because it's consistently holding us in place. But no, you got to stop because that's a pack of white monsters you now have to deal with and use your entire toolkits to handle. It just feels really awkward to me how they're going to maintain this idea of meaningful combat without introducing these kind of forced or enforced delays on things like curses, for example, requiring combo play styles. And that just makes it really awkward to me. I don't know. I'm not a fan of it, and I'm a little concerned moving forward with it. On top of what I mentioned earlier in this video, I feel like I'm ranting because I'm a little frustrated and mad. I hope you guys can read between the lines here a little bit. I was curious about you guys' take on the campaign stuff with the bosses specifically during all of this insanity, and also a little PSA of my experience in the end game, being as fatigued as I am. Hit the like button, subscribe for more content, all that stupid shit that YouTube loves, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Till then, stay safe, keep rocking.
Damn, bruh. I mean, at least he's crushing it, though. Look how fast he's killing them.
So that's basically the damage that we have from this build. I'm gonna walk you guys through what I have currently when I'm playing. Not a build guide, but I wanted to update you guys on my current progression and what I'm doing. So essentially what we're doing is we're playing Spectres now. I currently have atrocious defenses. I have horrible gear, but I want to go through the gear first so you guys get a picture of it. I have like almost nothing in terms of defenses. So every now and then I might end up dying. And right now my process is to progress maps, get some currency, gear my character up, get my defenses sorted for once, okay? But one of the issues we had with skeletal approaches, the skeletal storm mages, arsonists, frost mages, all of that, I think they will perform very well, but one of the biggest issues I had was that they kept dying. So we had about 2,000 life, whatever it was, or something like that with a similar gear. And the Spectres I'm using, they have, right now, they have 5,600 life. So they don't die as often. However, they have another thing happening. If I outrun them, watch this. See that little beam that came through? When you outrun minions, they die and get resurrected next to you. Spectres have another mechanic where if you're not too fast blinking and they get to just before outranging you to die, they turn into a wisp and fly to you really fast, which is really nice, except that sometimes they get stuck in that wisp form and they don't move all the way to you, like this motherfucker right there. So either you have to outrange that one for it to die to come back, or you have to move up to it for it to come back. That's a bug. Really annoying, but I wanted to point it out. So I made some changes on the skill tree. I'm going to walk you guys through what I have right now and my plans moving forward and what I'm currently going to be playing with. I will keep playing with these specific.
Does he have the website?
And all that in a second. And once I've got my defenses up and a little bit better gear, I'll do the next ascendancy.
Oh, it's on
I'll
PoE
stop
bolts.
everything I'm doing
Okay.
and test new Spectres again.
That makes sense.
Because we have a very, very, very big list of Spectres to cover. Here's the document for that, which has not all of them yet. There's like 500 or something in here. We're making lists. We're adding things to this. I'll leave a link in the descriptions down below to this document, of course, and take it from there. Skill tree wise, right. So first off, we have a leveling guide, by the way, being posted it's going to be on the PoE Vault website. We're going to start with Necromantic Conduit, then Soulless Form. I am most likely going to be taking Eternal Life as my next ascendancy for further damage mitigation. That's basically my current plan, at least. As we're going to move into more Energy Shield, I'm currently running with a block-oriented focus, but the gear I'll be trying to get will be focusing on Energy Shield Evasion, as I'll be moving over to that type of playstyle later on. So we go for minion nodes. We have not all of these defensive resurrection nodes because our minions shouldn't be dying that often anymore with this setup.
I'm gonna let you watch this. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
And then we go straight up to get the Vile Mending for more defenses, so we can pick these nodes up, which is the next course of action that I'll be doing. And in here, we make sure we grab the Relentless Fallen. I picked up Necrotic Flesh for better HP for our minions as well. However, I did pick up Fear of Death. This is because mainly for the SRS, or the Raging Spirit, as they call in PoE2. I don't have a jewel socket in here at the moment. I took some crit nodes, minion res, get the attribute. I'll be picking up the damage nodes, and after I'm done with that, I'll be grabbing the Sanity Shield. I'll grab these Sanity Shield nodes. That's basically the approach. And then I'll probably connect through this circle here to get here, and we'll cut these 3 travel nodes when I get to that point. But that is much higher level. Lord of Horrors Reservation, go to the left, pick up all of the minion nodes, and then grab the defensive shield as well as increased block chance, and probably these 2 extra nodes as well for more block chance. Currently sitting on 50% blocks. I'll bring that up to about 55%, yes. I believe it will be. So that's basically the tree. Gear-wise that I'm currently running, this is an MTX on my Scepter, so it's not a unique weapon, it's just a rare Scepter. Spirit, +2 level minions. I'm going to try to get a +3 or +4 later, but that's obviously the endgame approach. Helmet, get a +2 level minion helmet. Priority on Amulet is + level minions, then Spirit, and then every other stat. I only have +2 right now. Shield, best modifier in my opinion would be to have increased chance to block, then life and resistance as an attribute. We have boots, obviously priority on movement speed, then life and resistances. My res is terrible, so all my gear sucks. Life, stats, resistances, charm slots. I have almost nothing. This belt can be used on level 17. Again, my gear is terrible. I have 47 life from my gloves, but I get 6% rarity, I guess. Again, terrible. Enfolding Dawn is actually something I could recommend people to use on a Lich. We don't really have issues with mana once you have the second ascendancy, so Enfolding Dawn is actually pretty good to use early on, and even in mapping on an Infernalist, you normally don't want to use Enfolding Dawn when you get to end game maps or end of campaign, but it's really good before that. Before the Lich, it's actually pretty good to use for a longer time. I will move this over to a rare chest, but that's going to cost me 50 spirits, but for now we're going to use this. Rings, just stats, life, res, which I basically have none of on this one, but I got a bit better on this ring at least. You know, you can laugh all you want. Please don't comment down below in the comment section about it. Like, I don't want to hear it. I know my gear sucks, okay? Anyways, quest rewards. Mana Regen on the Venom Crypt in normal, and Chaos Resistance in cruel. Skill-wise, currently, like, these are all subject to change. I'm just walking you guys through what I'm currently running and my plans moving forward. I currently have Meat Shield, Sacrificial Lamb. That actually reminds me of something I talked about earlier on stream, and that is that I don't have Last Gasp in here. So we have Meat Shield, Sacrificial Lamb, which makes it so that my offering targets my Skeletal Warriors. These are coming from the actual Rattling Scepter. Only use 2 unless you can't get anything of value down here. In that case, you use 3. And then Last Gasp is pretty nice. This one is my offhand. Doesn't matter for this build. Pain Offering, we're running Font of Rage, Font of Blood. Blink, I'm using Second Wind with Ingenuity. Withering Presence, I have with Persistence to make sure that those stacks goes up. This is super valuable. And I come to the conclusion that Withering Touch support on a damaging minion is completely irrelevant. It's super bad, but Withering Presence is really good for Liches. And we want to make sure we emphasize on this, that if you hover over this with hold down Alt and hover over Presence, you'll see a circle around your character to see how far this radius actually is. It's quite significant when you have the nodes on the tree. Despair Curse with Focus Curse, Hex Bloom, and then Arcane Tempo is a personal preference. I like using it. You can even put this in Ember Fusillade if you want to. It's perfectly fine as well, but that's what I'm running right now. Ember Fusillade, we have either Unleash or Scatter, but in this case, we will be using Unleash because Scatter will be used on our Spectres. This means that every click will allow us to get 2 SRSs out instead of 1. Scattershot will do the same thing, but we'll use Unleash. And then we have Fast Forward to make sure that this pops as fast as possible, and then you can have Arcane Tempo if you want to. The playstyle is quite significantly quite important rather is the word I was looking for, to how to learn how to play Ember Fusillade. If I click once, I will summon 2 SRSs. If I click down, casting twice, I will summon 4 instead. And that's how it's going to be played. So you basically want to tap it a little bit, move, let them fly on enemies, tap it a little bit, let them fly. So that's basically how you have to get a flow. You have to like get the flow in order to feel that, make that feel comfortable. We're using 1 Skeletal Cleric if there is enough room for it, but it is recommended since we're no longer speccing into a bunch of revive nodes. This guy will resurrect one of your skeleton, one of your undead minions, which is basically your skeletons, which is your meat shield army blocking enemies in the front line, which you're sacrificing with your offering, and he will have a 3-second cooldown on this, and that's perfectly fine. So using 1 cleric, what does it cost? 17 spirit. It is recommended. Please do that. Then we have Raging Spirits, in which I'm using Feeding Frenzy, Elemental Focus, and Minion Mastery at the moment. And then we have the Spectres, which are the Volguard, which I'm using Scatter Shot, Fire Infusion, Martial Tempo. I'm not sure what I'll use on the last one. I'm definitely not going to use Magnified Effect anymore. That was my original plan. It's not needed. However, I'm not really sure. Maybe a Mastery, maybe move this into there and use a Primal Armament. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll use something else for damage. I haven't really decided yet. So these Spectres are quite interesting. They are basic attack, oil grenade, explosive grenade. It's kind of weird the way they work, but essentially they are always using the explosive grenade, and every now and then they cast out oil grenade. Oil grenade puts fire exposure for free on the enemies. The explosive grenade is a collateral shotgunning effect, which have pretty big AoE with a lingering fire ignition and ground effect, which is crazy bad for your eyes. So make sure you wear your sunglasses playing the build. Basically, these guys just want to watch the world burn. Literally. So yeah, visual clarity is thrown out the window, but then again, everybody knows that when you play Path of Exile, the less you see in the screen, the better your build is. So they're pretty fucking good. We might find better Spectres when we test out more, but right now they're actually performing to do very good single target damage, and the Clear is pretty comfortable together with the Radiant Spirits. Where do I find these motherfuckers then? You'll go to Act 3 in the Utsal Past is where
Wait, what happened? I was not listening to him, so
47 life from my gloves, but I get 6% rarity, I guess. Again, terrible. Enfolding Dawn is actually something I could recommend people to use on a Lich. We don't really have issues with mana once you have the second Ascendancy, so Enfolding Dawn is actually pretty good to use early on, and even in mapping on an Infernalist. You normally don't want to use Enfolding Dawn when you get to end game maps or end of campaign, but it's really good before that. Before the Lich, it's actually pretty good to use for a longer time. I will move this over to a rare chest, but that's going to cost me 50 spirits. But for now, we're going to use this. Rings, just stats, life, rest, which I basically have none of on this one, but I got a bit better on this ring at least. You know, you can laugh all you want. Please don't comment down below in the comment section about it. Like, I don't want to hear it. I know my gear sucks, okay? Anyways, quest rewards: Mana Regen on the Venom Crypt in normal, and Chaos Resistance in cruel. Skill-wise, currently, like, these are all subject to change. I'm just walking you guys through what I'm currently running and my plans moving forward. I currently have Meat Shield, Sacrificial Lamb. That actually reminds me of something I talked about earlier on stream, and that is that I don't have Last Gasp in here. So we have Meat Shield, Sacrificial Lamb, which makes it so that my offering targets my Skeletal Warriors. These are coming from the actual Rattling Scepter. Only use 2 unless you can't get anything of value down here. In that case, we use 3. And then Last Gasp is pretty nice. This one is my offhand. Doesn't matter for this build. Pain Offering, we're running Font of Rage, Font of Blood. Blink, I'm using Second Wind with Ingenuity. Withering Presence, I have with Persistence to make sure that those stacks goes up. This is super valuable. And I come to the conclusion that Withering Touch support on a damaging minion is completely irrelevant. It's super bad, but Withering Presence is really good for Liches. And we want to make sure we emphasize on this, that if you hover over this with hold down Alt and hover over Presence, you'll see a circle around the character to see how far this radius actually is. It's quite significant when you have the nodes on the tree. Despair Curse with Focus Curse, Hex Bloom, and then Arcane Tempo is a personal preference. I like using it. You can even put this in Ember Fusillade if you want to. It's perfectly fine as well, but that's what I'm running right now. Ember Fusillade, we have either Unleash or Scatter, but in this case, we will be using Unleash because Scatter will be used on our Spectres. This means that every click will allow us to get 2 SRSs out instead of 1. Scattershot will do the same thing, but we'll use Unleash. And then we'll have Fast Forward to make sure that this pops as fast as possible, and then you can have Arcade Tempo if you want to. The playstyle is quite significantly, quite important, rather, is the word I was looking for, to how to learn how to play Ember Fusillade. If I click once, I will summon 2 SRSs. If I click down, casting twice, I will summon 4 instead. And that's how it's going to be played. So you basically want to tap it a little bit, move, let them fly on enemies, tap it a little bit, let them fly. That's basically how you have to get a flow. You have to like get the flow in order to feel that, make that feel comfortable. We're using 1 Skeletal Cleric if there is enough room for it, but it is recommended since we're no longer speccing into a bunch of revive nodes. This guy will resurrect one of your skeleton, one of your undead minions, which is basically your skeletons. Which is your meat shield army blocking enemies in the front line, which you're sacrificing with your offering, and he will have a 3-second cooldown on this, and that's perfectly fine. So using 1 cleric, what does it cost? 17 spirit. It is recommended. Please do that. Then we have Raging Spirits, in which I'm using Feeding Frenzy.
I mean, I never ever play as a witch just because I don't want to play as a witch.
And then we have the Spectres, which are the Volguard, which I'm using Scattershot, Fire Infusion, Martial Tempo. I'm not sure what I'll use on the last one. I'm definitely not going to use Magnified Effect anymore. That was my original plan. It's not needed. However, I'm not really sure. Maybe a Mastery, maybe move this into there and use a Primal Armament. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll use something else for damage. I haven't really decided yet. So these Spectres are quite interesting. They are basic attack, oil grenade, explosive grenade. It's kind of weird the way they work, but essentially they are always using the explosive grenade, and every now and then they cast out oil grenade. Oil grenade puts fire exposure for free on the enemies. The explosive grenade is a collateral shotgunning effect, which have pretty big AoE with a fire ignition and ground effect, which is crazy.
Almost fell off my chair.
Bad for your eyes. So make sure you wear your sunglasses playing the build. Basically, these guys just want to watch the world burn. Literally. The visual clarity is thrown out the window, but then again, everybody knows that when you play Path of Exile, the less you see in the screen, the better your build is. So they're pretty fucking good. We might find better Spectres when we test out more, but right now they're actually performing to do very good single target damage, and the clear is pretty comfortable together with the Radiant Spirits. Where do you find it by the hookers? You'll go to Act 3. In the Utsal Past is where you can find them. This is like the main place to pick them up. You can pick them up in the Secret Refuge by Utsal and Library Kamasa. That's basically where you want to find them. Keep in mind that similar to the undead variant of these, which you'll find in the Quani Sanctum, there is going to be different versions of these with the exact same name. There's 2 things to look for. 1, they will be wearing a bow, and they will shoot a range attack. They will not be the melee versions. 2, they have a base cost of spirit of 50 spirits. So when you bind these to your Spectre Gem, make sure it's 50 spirit, and make sure you check that they're actually wearing a bow, and you'll be able to have the correct one. That is my current progression. And like I said before, I'm currently going to be going through the progression of the endgame map system at the moment, engage with that, gear my character, get some currency, and I'll see how my character will be once I have some better defenses. Once I feel comfortable with that, I'm going to stop what I'm doing and continue testing new Spectres. That's my current progression. Hope you guys enjoyed this little rundown of my current state of the character for the endgame on the Summoner Spectre Lich. Let's not waste anyone's time. And do me a favor, I know it works a lot more than you might think, but just hit the like button and do subscribe if you haven't already. And leave a comment down below what you think of the build or what you're league starting at, because that really helps the algorithm. Anyways, I'll see you guys in the next one. Till then, stay safe and keep rocking. Hey guys, GazzaTV here with another Path of Exile 2 video. And in this one, I'm going to talk about what seems to be the best Spectre that we've found so far. Gotta add that little so far video because, you know, maybe we'll find something better. But for now, this seems to be the top performer. And it is a Spectre called Volguard. Not the undead Volguard, but the Volguard. Now, I don't know who was first. I believe I heard some people mentioning Balor Mage had been playing with them before I got to them, which is really nice. So shout out to him if you were first on that. The Volguards are a very specific type of Spectre, and we've been going through a lot of testing. But before I go through all the details with this, I do want to point out that this channel is nothing without the support from you guys. I really appreciate all the support you guys have been provided with liking, subscribing, and commenting and all of that. So I'm just going to have to ask you guys that if you find yourself enjoying the video, just hit the subscribe button. I'd appreciate that very much. I also want to point out that at the time of this recording, I'm currently going to be packing and flying to China, which means that tomorrow, which will be Monday, I'm actually not be streaming. Well, I won't be live because I'll be actually flying to China, and I'll be streaming from China instead because of a sponsorship. So in the coming days during this week, you'll see me live from my laptop in China, maybe a couple of videos from there as well. Anyways, let's continue with the video and stop wasting everyone's time. Volguard, crazy cool Spectre. I'm going to talk about them a little bit more in detail. However, there's a couple of bad things to point out as well. One of them is that they have a little cool system with minions in general that if you outrange them by running too far away, they basically die and are revived instantly right next to you. This is not the case with Spectres. Well, actually it is, but it isn't. If you happen to outrange them, you will actually be in a position where they do die and resurrect right next to you. However, there's a small frame, or small little distance, a gap, if you will, where they don't do this, and instead turn into a wisp and fly very quickly towards you and basically reappear right next to you. This is bugged by a lot. The problem is that this wisp form apparently can be body blocked. Sometimes they get stuck. Sometimes they just literally don't move at all. And the wisp form of these specters can be aggroed and attacked by enemies, which is really, really frustrating. Because of this means that specters that are not moving very fast is a terrible, terrible experience to play with. So as we've been testing a lot of these minions and trying to figure out which one is best for what purposes, every slow moving specter has basically been shafted, like it's thrown to the side. Hopefully they'll fix this, but we'll see. I want to point that out because after I'm done talking about the Volguards, I do want to mention and give a shout out to a little document that you guys have seen me use on stream. Anyways, let's crack into the Volguard. As you might have seen here in the gameplay footage, as I've been yapping on and on and on, these are the Volguard Spectres. The Volguard Spectres can be found in the Utsal area or Library Kamasa in Act 3. It is extremely important to point out that when you do collect these Spectres, you'll equip the Bind Spectre gem, and then you'll put the skill on your action bar, kill some enemies, click the ability on your action bar, and then you'll see these windows prompting you to see how much spirits each individual minion would cost to bind to your Spectre. No, you can, at the current time of the game, not unbind a Spectre from your gem, so whatever you get is the one that's locked. Volguard has 3 different type of Volguard versions. All 3 versions have the exact same name, which is extremely confusing. There is an archer, which is wielding a bow. There is a caster version, which is the one you want, which both cost 50 spirit. Then there's a third version that costs 60 spirit, which is a melee version of this. So be very mindful when you do hunt this down to be your Spectre gem, that you make sure that you physically actually see the guy casting its abilities, which is grenades, or shooting its grenades rather. That is the one you want. So as you can see in this footage here, or this PUEDB, the data mine information, they are actually indeed casting grenades. They also have an oil trap. It says it has a cooldown, which is actually not really the case, as it turns out. Every time they attack, they will be casting out grenades. And every now and then they will chuck in the oil trap, which provides fire exposure. The important part here is that these are functioning as mortars, which is basically another fancy way of saying that the projectiles they're shooting will explode in shotgun. And what shotgun refers to in Path of Exile is that multiple projectiles from each individual cast can all hit the same target. That is what shotgunning is referring to. And that is something that is very popular when you're looking at minions in general. Arsonists, Frost Mages both utilizes this feature, and of course these Spectres. However, the crazy part with Volguard, which is also why I think they're going to get extremely nerfed at some point in the future, is this line right here. Deals 340% more attack damage. This puts the attack damage at 440%. Essentially, the base damage of the minion has a low-end damage and a high-end damage. And then that damage number is then multiplied by the attack damage percentage, which, if not nothing is shown is 100%, which is what you'll see in most cases across the entire board for minions in general. So far, this is the only modifier I've seen on ability for the minions that we tested at all in Path of Exile 2, which is absolutely brutal. This means that Spectre minion builds like Tactician, who adds 25% damage from their weapon to their minions, could potentially be absolutely brutal. Adding flat damage to your Scepter as a regular minion build, like a Titan, like a Smith or Kitava, Lich, or Infernalist, as an example, or Gem Legionnaire, they'd use a Scepter in most cases, and adding flat damage there skyrockets the damage of these guys. Now, don't be fooled from this damage. You still want to prioritize level of minions as well as spirit, but the third priority has nothing to do with presence, cast speed, attack speed. You don't care about those stats. You just want flat damage because of how insane this modifier is. This obviously means that we'll be using things like Scattershot as supports and whatnot. I've made a video about this, which I'll link in the descriptions below, where my progression of what I'm playing currently with my endgame build, which is a Lich actually. It's going to be linked in the description below, so do check that out. I don't want to waste time talking about that in this video. But this modifier is just so brutal, and adding extra projectiles, basically, it just ramps and shits on everything. But I also want to point out another small little detail, and that is the fact that this is an AoE ability. And the important part to make that shotgun effect happen is that with Scattershot, you'll have 3 grenades out. You want all 3 to hit the same target. And for that to be possible, for it to even happen in the first place, there need to be pretty big area of effect. Now, we don't want to sacrifice one of our support gems to make the areas big enough for this to happen. So instead, we will resort to our skill tree. In the skill tree, there's a couple of things that are quite important. Regularly, when you look at minion builds, you'll have some AoE nodes from the left-hand side, which is Growing Swarm, Increased Area, and Cooldown Recovery. And that's basically it when you search for area, when it comes to the minion nodes that people are actually taking. If you are playing a Lich, which I think is actually really, really nice right now for minion builds, I would strongly recommend speccing into the right hand of darkness. Each node leading into it is increased area effect, which would help this collateral splash effect. But
I gotta use bathroom.
Right hand of darkness gives even more area, but it also provides the minions 10% chance to inflict Withered. Now, Withered applies a 5% increased chaos damage taken per hit, but it also stacks up to 50 times, or 50% rather. And that means that if you have an army of minions, such as these Spectres, or maybe SRS units, or Radiant Spirits as they're called in PoE 2, you actually cap out on a single target boss fight this 50% chaos damage taken, which works extremely well when it comes to the Ascendancy node for the Lich, Unholy Might, providing increase or percent of your damage as extra chaos for your minions. It's absolutely nuts. And it also emphasizes or guarantees more or less this overlapping effect from these minions. It's very important to point out, and I think it's absolutely crazy with how insane they are. There is obviously a small downside. You've surely already been watching the gameplay footage here, not just listening to me yap here like a podcast. But in the gameplay footage, you might see that you might want to consider wearing sunglasses when you play in this build, because the visual clarity is directly thrown out the goddamn window.
It's full of Dilly's
Now, again, I'm going to try to avoid yapping and just say that the upside to
Have a
this
great time.
is that PoE has always been in a case where we always have been saying the less you see on the screen, the better your build is. And that is surely the case for the Spectre, because you can't see shit. That's all I have for you today. Hope you enjoyed it. Again, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Which is better?
Hey guys, Gassy TV here with another Path of Exile 2 video. And in this one, I'm going to talk about a question that I've seen. If my math and my memory serves me well, I have answered and seen this question asked and answered it about 343 billion times. So I'm going to make a video on this topic. Which class is better for a minion or summoner playstyle? Is it from a witch? Is it the Infernalist? Or is it the Lich? Let's just tackle this topic once and for all from my perspective. Because again, we're still figuring things out. Maybe something will be extremely well or better than the other. And maybe something else will be. I don't know. Luckily, at the time of this recording, about 10 minutes ago, Path of Building got an update and has both ascendancies in it. Let's check it out, and I'll talk about the reasonings as to why I think one or the other, as to why, and some details around it, and some tips and tricks that I have for you guys when it comes to minion builds on the skill tree in the PUB. Before we dive into the video, though, I do want to ask you guys for a little tiny bit of support, because it really helps the channel out more than you could ever imagine. Hitting the like button, subscribing for more content, specifically that one, and hitting a comment down below helps the algorithm so much. And I appreciate you guys supporting the channel all these years.
Dan, no one
Thank
made
you
a
so much for that.
technician bill. That's
Check out the
crazy.
video. All right, so first off, what I want to do is I want to walk you guys through both the ascendancy classes.
I guess it's just going to mainly be me. I'm down.
One by one, and then I'd like to do some comparisons to them. Infernalist. Boobies. The general way of playing the Infernalist is to start with a loyal Hellhound. However, the loyal Hellhound is, well, I think it's still loyal. I'm not sure, but he's not a very good Hellhound anymore. They removed the damage reduction that it was providing from hits, and basically he's, well, I guess he's still loyal, but more of a Firehound than a Hellhound. I don't feel like he deserves a name. Basically, this guy is more of a little bit of AoE damage, tank-ish for you, but also like in a debuffer application of negative ailments to the enemies, blind, armor break, poison, like whatever you feel like using. So that's kind of like the utility choice that this class now has to pick from. Second ascendancy that most people will go for will then obviously be the Altered Flesh. Altered Flesh, however, makes you take cold and lightning damage as fire, which helps a little bit with elemental resistances, but it also makes you take 20% of physical damage as chaos. So normally I want to have like 10-20% chaos resistance before I even take this node personally. But physical damage isn't really that scary in PoE 2 at the current time, at least. After this, it kind of depends on the build. If you go for Mind Over Matter stacking, or if you go for Energy Shield stacking, or if you want to go Spirit. Obviously, the most obvious choice here is to go for Beidet's Will, which gives you +1 maximum Spirit per 25 life at the cost of reserving a quarter of your actual life pool. This obviously translates to that if you want to run something like Mind Over Matter or Energy Shield, you'll take the other one, where Mind Over Matter one is Beidet's Gaze, which reserves yet another 25% of your life, but gives you +1 flat mana per life. And the Beidet's Hand is reserving, again, a quarter of your life for the benefit of 1+ maximum energy shield per 8 life. Essentially, you'll cut your character's HP in half for a couple of trade-offs. So this is basically played either as a hybrid approach, pure energy shield approach, or simply with Mind Over Matter. Currently, the energy shield approaches have been vastly superior to most other approaches, and that's just what it is. But that's basically it. So all in all, that's the generic approach. But I do want to point out that you can spec into Pyromantic Pact, which basically replaces your mana pool with Infernal Flame. When you cast spells, you'll get more Infernal Flame. If you haven't cast spells, you'll lose the Infernal Flame. But if you reach maximum Infernal Flame, you explode and you take a bunch of damage. This is followed with another node called Seething Body. This is a very cool approach to the build, because while you have high Infernal Flame, you and your allies in presence gain 50% of damage as extra fire, which is ridiculously high number of damage output. Obviously, this will present you with an investment of 2 extra nodes from your Ascendancy node that has to be taken away from this generic basic approach that we've been playing many builds in the past with. And it also comes in with a little dance that you have to do to balance that Infernal Flame to be on a high state. So that's the current state of how Infernal Flame is working with the Infernalist, or in general how Infernalist is actually operated as a minion build for the most part. Moving over to the Lich, we have a couple of other things here. Quite a few options here, but I want to walk you guys through it. Obviously, the most notable one is the Necromantic Conduit. While you have, while you're not on low mana, you and your allies in your presence have Unholy Might, which is giving you 30%, and your minions are 30% of all of their damage added as extra chaos damage, which is a ridiculous amount of damage output in general, but it comes at the cost of losing 5% of your maximum mana per second. So normally, the recommendation is to take this as a very first Ascendancy node. However, that does come with a prerequisite of suddenly now wanting to spec into nodes like these 3 nodes, as well as this node here on the side, which is normally handled from the top side of the tree. You'll grab the Mana Blessing, and you want to grab the Open Mind to make sure that you compensate this, you might also want to run a clarity support or one of your permanent buff gems to further compensate the mana pressure that this node is applying, and then use a mana flask when needed. However, the Lich then usually, in this case, takes a second node, which would be the price, sorry, not price of power, what am I saying, but Soulless Form. What this does is that 10% of damage taken is bypassing your inner shield, and you have no inherent mana regeneration. What this means is that you're basically removing the basic baseline mana regeneration that you have. Instead, this is replaced with regenerating mana equal to 6% of your maximum life per second. What this means is that you will have 6% of your life as a base mana regeneration, which I've tried out now several times playing in the game with my Lich, and the mana regen is so obnoxiously high that I'm struggling to even reach low mana, even if I tried. And as a result of this, I am kind of curious to try out some sort of Mind Over Matter build as a result of this. But I want to point out that once you do get Soulless Form, those mana nodes I just showed you, they can all go away again. And the third Ascendancy node, depending on how you play, either can go in for Rupture the Soul, which will help you with generic clearing for exploding enemies, or you can go for something like the Blackened Heart, which is increasing the efficiency of your Unholy Might to make your minions do even more damage. Or you can go for Eternal Light, which is the generally better node to grab if your gear is already at that point supplying enough energy shield for you to benefit from this. This also allows you to have one of your high-cost skills, such as the Pain Offering or your Curse, to be supported with Life Tap, which basically means that that skill is now free to cast. And the fourth Ascendancy node would be the Crystalline Phylactery. And this is very important to be done as the last Ascendancy, simply because of the fact that you're going to be increasing your mana cost of skills if you have no energy shield. However, in this case, you're going to run this with energy shield. This would only change if you're in a position where you're looking at things like Mind Over Matter, where you might not have energy shield. You might want to change this. I don't have any plans for that, hence this video, the way I'm talking about it. So that's currently the state of how this build would be played in general, and the differences between the two comes down to a very, very fine, minute detail. As you might have heard, there's some offensive scaling from the Infernalist, quite a lot. You can get extra spirit, a little bit of defense, but you can get tons of extra spirits, between about 70, maybe even up to 80, 90, depending on how much life you stack, which is quite a lot. You also have the option of some damage scaling from the Seething Body, but they removed the defense reduction or damage reduction from the Loyal Hellhound. They also alter flesh feels kind of so in the current state of the game. So defense to the Infernalist is somewhat lackluster or in that department. But it does pack a ton of offensive options. Whereas the Lich has a ridiculously fine defensive layer through Soulless Form together with Eternal Life, allowing it to have a lot of extra defenses from that. And then they have the Necromantic Conduit for the Unholy Might. Scaling of this, which you could do with a Mind Over Matter build through Blackened Heart. So you could play the build like this, but that means you'll lose out on the Jewel Socket. So for the most part, I think builds would play like this, where they would take the Unholy Might baseline, not scaling it, which is a decent chunk of damage, but not near the same amount of damage as the Infernalist is pulling. But you would have a lot of better defensive nodes to scale from and create a well-rounded beast. A couple of different factors. One of them is very important to point out, and that is that they've nerfed the amount of Jewel Socket on the tree. And to top that topic off even more, Jewels is one of the more stronger ways to scale minion builds, unlike other builds. So having access to Phylactery actually scales the build quite a lot and is very, very attractive for just that specific type of builds we're talking about, minions. However, just because we're not scaling Necromantic Conduit through the Blackened Heart doesn't mean that we can benefit other sources from this. Because of us playing with this way where we're getting a lot of extra chaos damage, we usually want to make sure that enemies are withered. Withered is a mechanic that makes enemies take increased chaos damage, and this is something that we can do with Withering Presence, which is a spirit reserving skill on an already predetermined ascendancy that will give us less spirit than the counterpart being Infernalist. We can remove that necessity by actually taking the nodes and the minion nodes. Usually they would go like this in this tree and ignore both sides on the Lord of Horror. But with the Lich, Right Hand of Darkness becomes extremely valuable. At the very least, if you're playing a mini build such as the Vol Guard, Spectres, or Arsonist, or even Frost Mages, that can directly benefit from increased area of effect. Because of the simple fact that they get 10% a chance to inflict wither on hit, allows you to have a very reliable source of hitting 50% increased chaos damage taken without having to resort to spirit reserving skills to even get half of that. So that's something I've been doing a lot now with the Volguard, and they're doing so much damage. I'm having a blast with it. So I just wanted to show you guys these things and talk about the differences. And then we're going to wrap this video up with the answer to everyone's questions. Which one is better? And the answer is, I believe the Lich will be the better class to play, simply because it offers a well-rounded approach with defensive focus of attributes as well as offensive attributes. It offers a lot of fine diversity in terms of both sustain, defense, and offense, whereas the Infernalist feels more of a glass cannon approach. Now, this doesn't mean that glass cannon might not be the best way to play the game. It might very likely be that. I'm just not sold on it when I can choose something that I can just design that feels like I'm bringing both the offense and the defense is scaling at the same time. That's all I have for you with this video. Hope the answer in this video explaining these.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm just over here watching some of these people play the new stuff. So, oh, he's brutally honest about it. Let's watch.
Okay, boys, it's time for DM's patented, brutally honest review of an
DM.
ARPG. We're going to talk about Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt. Spoiler warning. I have negative things to say. I also have some positive things to say. So if you don't want to hear any negativity at all, because you watch like 15 of these videos from people as well, like, hey, boys, I'm sorry. This is a feedback video. This patch is a bit of a patch of all time. So I got things to say. With that being said, I do have some positives. So I'm going to go through the positives first in order to get you what I like about the patch before we get into some, like, you know, what is going on type of moments here. So as it stands, I'm currently rank 18 hardcore SSF. I've died 0 times this entire league. I peaked at 11 last night, which I'm pretty proud about, to be quite honest with you. I'm gonna try to do top 10 you know, right now. You're gonna notice that I am playing a warrior, and it's pretty funny at the moment because at the launch of the game, people that are playing warrior were kind of miserable. And then warrior kind of stayed the same, but everyone else got brought down to arguably below the warrior level. And now the people who are not playing warrior are feeling kind of miserable. And the people playing warrior are actually like doing all right. Like the warrior is populating the leaderboard at the moment. And mostly Smith and Katav is extremely defensive. And we're going to talk about hardcore being wild and all that here in just a moment. But like, you know, it's kind of flip-flopped. Like the warriors are the ones kind of eating good at the moment because we actually basically didn't get gutted, but like a lot of the other classes did, and some of the adjustments don't affect the warrior quite as much as some of the other classes.
True,
So
I didn't
that's
see
just
that
kind
much
of a funny
warrior
meme
stuff.
right out the bat. But the first thing, I'm just going to go through my notes here. Some of the positives, Rogue Exiles, they have this Rogue Exile system in the game is actually super cool. Like they're voice acted, they jump on you, they got items like a player, they're using abilities like a player. I find myself like kind of laughing or smiling when the Rogue Exile shows up and he's shit talking me. He's like, too easy. Like, oh, you gotta be quicker than that type of stuff. And you know, I think that's actually like, it's really nice to have those moments because it breaks up what, in my opinion, otherwise has been like a paranoid WoW raid slog of going through mobs. But that's going to be a more of the negative side of it. The other thing I like, there is a gambling mechanic, a unique strongbox they added to the game, which you click it and you put in some gold and it just spits out like a random actually good currency drop or skill gems or tablets, or it shits out good stuff and it gets 10x more expensive every time you click it. It's just a really fun mechanic. I like that they have added some what I would consider non-serious fun things into the game because honestly, the game is in desperate need of that right now. I say with the game is borderline taking itself too serious right now. It's kind of a way that I would describe this, okay, as we start to get into some of the negatives, okay. Also, there's some more additions like Doriani. When you actually get to maps, Doriani, it does a better job of explaining like what to do. It gives you like a little cutscene thing, which is like, go here and like clear the corruption. And the corruption is super cool. You go clear the corruption, and then you have these like cleansed areas on the map here. And I'm only in like tier 10 maps. I haven't, killed Arbiter and all the pinnacles here, but I'm trying. Okay, and I'm feeling pretty good about the progress so far. But the cleanse is pretty cool. The fracturing orbs are pretty good. The recombinator is a great addition because you can pick up loot and put them together. But this part is super confusing to me because the chances of the recombinator is hilarious. I saw a clip of Karn. He put in 2 items because he had a tier 1, but with the highest tier of the physical percentage on one and the highest tier of flat physical on the other. And the only mods he clicked was one of each. So only one mod from each of the items to try to make a new item. You know what the percentage chance of that is just for one mod each? 0.9%.
Wow.
So we're approaching Gacha Game legendary poll level of RNG, which in my opinion is wildly unacceptable. I understand they're like higher tier things. You can't just like immediately craft like the best item, but considering
does
the
have a
result
point.
of that is it destroys the item, I think 0.9% is wild in my own personal opinion.
Sure, give it like
the
a
recombinator, while
I think like a
it's actually smart
5%
addition to the
fine.
game,
5% will
and
work.
This is a positive. Is also a negative because the numbers are crazy. I had low tier gear with not even maxed out affixes. I just tried to put 2 things together just because I need fire res, and it was like 25% of the item just blew up. So I was feeling like I was playing Lost Ark and just like swiping my card, like hitting the honing button. So the recombinator could probably use maybe a bit of a buff, or else I just don't see people like getting into in-game as a newer player like, oh, let me put these items in, and then like seeing like 20% and being like, oh, okay, and hitting the button and their items getting destroyed. I can't see that like being a fun interacting experience for players, and that's before we even talk about you have to farm the currency to even be able to use the damn thing. So that right there is both a positive and a negative. Let's see what else I got in here. Oh yeah, runes. So this was probably the other best addition. So runes have had an additional tier added to it. That is super nice because runes also have had their drop rate doubled, and lesser runes now drop. So you get significantly more runes through the campaign, which means you don't feel as punished for using the runes. And now I'm getting gate kept more by these artificial orbs. I feel like I could probably use more of these because as a player that knows what they're doing, every single level in the campaign, I'm going back and spending all of my gold only on sockets in order to salvage that, picking up every socket I see in order to be able to add sockets on the gear. And I feel like that could probably, maybe the artificial shard amount that we get is like doubled or something. I feel like we could probably have some more orbs in my own opinion, because this is basically the equivalent of like the crafting bench that we have in.
I didn't get a message from a friend, right? That wants to play. Nope. Okay.
PoE 2, and I think we have runes now, but I would like to see players be able to engage with just like actually getting these orbs more, particularly for newer players. And I know more experienced players, when they see this, you're gonna be like, wow, you just got to get good and learn the mechanics. Yes, you're right, but this game is designed in a way to bring in newer players into the game, while at the same time designing a way to exceptionally.
Why is my
punish those
sister
players.
calling me
So I
above
find
all things? How dare she?
a mismatching of some of the design philosophies within this game in its current state. So that's just kind of how I feel about that. As well. Let's see, what else do I have here? Oh, yes, we need a stash tab for these as well, but that is something that they said they are working on. So let's get into
now to
some
try
of
to
the
make it
negatives
out.
now that I've said some of my positives. So right off the bat, mob HP was wild at the launch of the game. In fact, there are
I am beyond old. I'm having freaking knee problems, and I'm only 28.
White mobs with the minion tag. This has since been nerfed. That were a part of like a rare pack that has minions, and those literally had like 400% bonus HP. So I remember Hammer of Gods on the white mob, and it did like 30% of his health. This is in campaign, and I went into all that for the game because it's like I know my weapon's not as good, and I should probably have better gear, but I legitimately know what I'm doing. Like I've played Warrior a lot already. It's my literal best mechanic. It has 3 sockets of all bonus damage, and I hit for like 30%. So I was just like, why? Was like my initial impression. They have since realized this was a mistake, and they nerfed this. So if you actually are have experienced white mobs being, you know, crazy HP, that has been gutted a bit. Also, all mobs in general just felt like they had too much HP. I felt like I was weaker.
Yeah, the
basically
mobs
than
were the
everything on
worst thing
map.
about
it
this
felt like
game.
a WoW raid where I'm like walking forward and I see a pack of mobs.
I want to have a whole session. Just watch. Oh, my knee. I'm getting too old for this shit, bro.
And it's like if I had polymorph, I would literally be polymorphing one, 100 trapping another, and like pulling the third mob and just doing it one at a
I have
time.
knee
This
issues
would
at
go
my age.
exceptionally
Crazy.
slow. And it's like maybe it's because I'm hardcore and I'm trying not to die. And if you're softcore, you're just gonna like, you know, buy gear on trade and just like run straight in there and kill this. But like, I also think that players who are, you know, starting the game out are just going to be running in and basically getting ass blasted by a lot of these mobs sort of right in the beginning. They obviously acknowledge this as well because they nerfed mobs by like 25% HP or so going into in-game. And we'll talk about in-game in a moment because in-game actually feels a little bit better. We're going to talk about that too. Okay, another negative, the wisp mechanic, the thing that like you're going through the campaign and it goes through the mobs, it feels unrewarding and literally I'm completely avoiding it. So at this point, I've never seen a talisman drop. I've done it, you know, a handful of times now. And I don't think I got anything that actually mattered. And I got to a point fairly early on where I decided I don't like this mechanic. This feels like a waste of time. Also feels like it's scarier to actually do this mechanic than is worth its time, and I'm going to ignore it. So what would happen is sometimes I run.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
I don't want to die, or this is a waste of time. I'll literally walk backwards and time out the thing, then go forward. So I'm backpedaling just to avoid a mechanic that otherwise is supposed to feel rewarding. So in my opinion, the wisp mechanic is just a miss, full-on miss. Let's see here. Oh, another positive I didn't mention. Strongbox has actually got buffed to the point where the mob density feels significantly better. So there's a big pack of mob density now in strong boxes. So you're getting like, when you see a strong box, you might actually start interacting with them because they feel a lot better. But on the topic of mob density, it's weird because in this game, mob density, or in RPGs in general, when you see a big group of mobs, normally what's your feeling? That's right. Your feeling is, oh, great, a big pack of mobs. I'm about to get a ton of experience. I'm about to get some loot. Like normally big groups of mobs feel good. But in this game, when you see a big group of mobs, you're actually completely terrified because you want to run the other way. Like if you're playing hardcore, also you're doubly as worried because a big pack of mobs can just shit on you because they're so fast that when you're running away in order to do like your animation, unless you're like a ranger or something that's a move that you can backpedal and use your animation. Me, I'd see a big pack of mobs, they're swarming me. I'd have to run away, jump away, do all this stuff just so I can turn around to do my fastest animation in the game of Bone Shatter. So I felt like there was a lot of backpedaling from otherwise situations where I'd see this big pack of mobs. And if you're really, really good at the game and you have good gear, you can just jump into the pack of mobs and then one-shot the mobs. And that's what it's like now in-game for me. I just jump into the middle of mobs, Bone Shatter, and one-shot everything. But until you get to that point, you know, mob density feels... It almost feels like a scared bummer when you see a whole bunch of mobs currently in the game, as opposed to, you know, normally these are situations in which you feel rather good. Let's see what else is on my list here. Map sustain immediately feels better. That's actually true. Maps in the in-game, they made a way better way of actually getting the tier ups by killing the boss, and also by completing all the rare mobs, you're always getting one of the same tier. Basically means if you're not dropping maps, you are always sustaining maps. So that was actually another positive as well. And now when you kill the last rare mob, it drops a checkpoint, so you can take the checkpoint and teleport somewhere else on the map that you choose to. So if you like find where the boss is, you can go complete all the rare mobs, immediately take that checkpoint to the boss, and that's just a way better addition to the game. Well, okay, so here's another negative. So AI seems worse. They said that they did changes to AI, and I find mobs are getting stuck indoors way more, and some of the bosses have highly annoying AI where they just start spamming. I know they're supposed to like do their proper rotation, but I don't know if they buffed like the Bog Witch's skill speed or something, and maybe it's a skill issue, but like playing the Bog Witch was actually like rage inducing because she was on her stupid motorcycle. And if you're a warrior and you're playing, like I was playing Sunder at the time because I was testing all these moves, see how they feel. I was trying Sunder, and literally I would have to like cast up so that I would try to hit her while she's going in her circle, and then she would hop off the thing, and then I'm trying to perfect strike. So I go to perfect strike. I can hit her once, maybe twice, and if I get lucky twice, otherwise she's back on her thing, she's doing it again. So something about the AI just honestly just feels like worse for me, and that part was like pretty annoying in the Bog Witch. And honestly, the annoyance levels seem a little bit higher than before. Like Act 3, the map size thing. I see people talk about this all the time about map size, and I think that really boils down to like the Act 3 maps in particular are pretty annoying because they both have annoying mobs and annoying the size of the maps, and there's just too many annoying things in general. Like sea hags are annoying. On-death explosions are common and annoying. There's just too many like annoying factors, I think, about mobs in general and kind of the sizing of the map. So I think what happens is you have like a brutal punishing league in which you're kind of getting shit on more than you ever had. Some of your builds got nerfed, some of the abilities are feeling worse and nerfed. You have the annoying like white mob minions or like exceptionally tanky type of situation, and then you're just running into all of these factors at the same time. And at some point, people are just feeling pissed off because they ask themselves, like, I'm playing a video game, when does the fun begin? And instead of like, oh, like you're having this moment of like, there's a difficult, annoying moment and you overcome it and you feel a sense of like, oh my God, I did it. Like that, oh my God, I did it is shortcut because immediately you're hit with another one of these moments. Like pretty much almost most interactions throughout the game, going through
All right.
the campaign until you get to end game.
I think once we're done watching this video, then we can go ahead and definitely go back.
Can have these
Then we can actually play the game.
Type of moments. So
I will be working on a new build.
That's kind of where I'm feeling about it at the moment. If you're wondering, how I'm feeling now, I'm having a lot more fun going into the end game because now I'm actually killing shit, and mapping is feeling smoother. There's more additions into it. The Rogue Exiles are cool. The new unique lockboxes are cool. I like that there's additions on Atlas Tree. I actually feel like the end game particularly is in a better state than the beginning of the game, basically. But the beginning of the game is basically in its launch state. I don't think it's like worse than launch. I think it's pretty much in its launch state. And players that didn't like it on launch aren't going to like it now. So you're going to have a lot of people that come back because they're like, I didn't like it at the launch of the game. I'm going to come back and try it again. And they're still going to be like, this is still the same thing. And so they're still not going to like it. And then players that didn't like it on launch but liked it after they made the patch changes and all of that going into the game, they're probably thinking, oh, okay, well, like, they're going to continue to go that direction and kind of revert it a little bit. And now they're not going to like it because it feels like harder than a patch that they think already solved some of the issues that were like re-implemented into the game. So that's my breakdown of currently how I'm feeling about it. I didn't talk about too much about the in-game, but honestly, the in-game either feels samey or better because the new corrupted areas are pretty cool. Like I'm saying, sort of the hand-holding thing they do in the beginning of showing you where the bosses are and all that feel better. The fact that you can actually get splinters and tablets now feels significantly better. The design of the towers are significantly better. Like the in-game in particular has been, in my opinion, pretty massively improved. Actually, the in-game is quite enjoyable currently, but the getting there is probably as brutal as it has ever been, and is a little bit confusing for a lot of the players. And I'm viewing this from a warrior's perspective, so like I'm arguably playing the class that can get through it the most. So when I was starting out, I was like, oh, this just kind of feels the same, and then everyone else is like absolutely mauling out about how they're playing. So I think I'm starting to realize it's like you guys are getting the warrior launch experience on all of the classes you're playing, and arguably worse because I'm hearing like the Huntress on Startup. I got to play through the Huntress, but I'm hearing the Huntress on Startup is currently just not enjoyable at all to play right in the beginning. But I'm also hearing contradicting points. Some people are like, oh, I'm able to blast through it, but I've got to figure that one out for myself. So I'm probably going to start a Ritualist next to actually see how I'm feeling about Spears and sort of the Huntress build in general. But these are just kind of my raw thoughts. People are asking for my thoughts and review on the matter. And currently, if you didn't like it on launch, I don't think I recommend replaying through it again, unless you're somebody who can blast through the campaign and then get to in-game, where the in-game is, in my opinion, significantly improved. And I think people playing Warrior are going to have a better experience than people not playing Warrior. And I think people that can get to in-game, have a lot of hours to play in-game, are probably having a good experience right now, because I am. Like, now that I'm in-game, I started to, for the first time, like, hit that flow state and started to feel like pretty good and lock in playing the Warrior and, jumping from pack to pack and killing shit and climbing the leaderboard and feeling good. Like, now I'm feeling good, but like there was a period of time where I'd be like, I'm feeling good, and I hit like an absolutely miserable experience, and I'm feeling good, and I had another miserable experience. And so I can't imagine doing that on the class that people are saying is like even more brutal at the moment. So I think that's just kind of where I fall in on this conversation. So I don't know how many of these, annoyance issues they're going to be touching. They've already touched a few of them, like the life, for instance. I'm not really sure what the design is at the moment, or where they're going to go with the game, to be quite honest with you. I can tell you one thing. I do not believe that this game is going to go in the direction of Path of Exile 1. If you're someone who is looking to play basically Path of Exile 1 reskinned, I think they're trying to do something different, and I think that has been re-solidified with this patch in particular. So it feels like a very different ARPG than almost any ARPG at the moment, and I think it's going to take a while before I fully understand exactly what kind of ARPG they're attempting to make. So that's just kind of my thoughts at the moment. Not trying to be too critical, just people have been asking.
Yeah, and so far they've been doing good work on their stuff right now. So that's always fantastic as well.
Why do I have no neck?
Made it out of jail.
Hello guys, and welcome to another video. Now, I've played Path of Exile 2's Dawn of the Hunt update quite a lot over the weekend. I've progressed through the campaign and into maps. I'm in early maps now, and I'm playing a spear build, so I feel like I have a decent grasp on the patch overall, minus some of the significant endgame content updates which I haven't interacted with just yet. But I wanted to make a video with my feedback for this patch, now that I've had some time to collect my thoughts. So let's begin with the campaign. Now, back at the early access launch of Path of Exile 2, the campaign was praised by many, myself included, as being the best part of the game. It really did feel like Acts 1 through 3 were balanced very well, and the pacing was really good. You felt like your character was getting stronger as you progressed, and even though there were some rough edges, overall it was a satisfying experience. And then into the cruel half of the campaign, the pacing started to run away, and by the time we reached maps, it was just out of control and felt like a completely different game at that point. However, I want to focus on the campaign right now, because in patch 0.2, I believe GGG's balance changes have largely ruined what was a really good experience going through Acts 1, 2 and 3 back at launch 4 months ago. The issue here is that these balance changes were supposed to address the state of endgame, which was a good idea because endgame balance was completely skewed. But the changes have somehow massively impacted the campaign experience. You no longer feel that satisfying progression of your character getting stronger because it feels like you're always behind the curve. Monsters are so tanky, they take far too long to kill, and I know GGG are currently addressing this with some emergency hotfixes to monster life, but I question how these changes managed to even get into the game in the state they are. This patch overall feels like it could have been worked on for another 4 months and still not be ready for release. And I know some people may say that this is an early access game. What do you expect? Well, if it's an early access game, why is GGG treating it as a full release product? Why won't they make the necessary changes to the game as and when they're needed? Looking back at my own experience through the campaign, now knowing that the main skill that I was playing was actually bugged and was dealing far too much damage than it should have been, I realise now that the only reason I was able to breeze past the majority of the campaign is because of that bug. Without that, it would have been the slog that I experienced in Acts 1 and 2, all the way through. And I think really that's one of my major takeaways of this patch. The campaign just feels like a chore, whereas I thoroughly enjoyed it 4 months back. So much so that I ran 7 or 8 different characters all the way through the full campaign back at original launch, just so that I didn't have to play the endgame because the endgame wasn't good. Whereas now, there's a huge problem. You see, this Dawn of the Hunt patch was massively focused on Path of Exile 2's endgame. GGG have added all of this new endgame content and made a lot of changes to the endgame experience, but all of it will be for naught if players don't actually reach the endgame and get to play it. And that's what I've been seeing. Lots of people either quitting because they're not enjoying the game in the campaign, or people on the outside looking in and deciding not to play because the general sentiment is that this is not a good time to play Path of Exile 2. Now, I want to discuss what I believe is one of the biggest problems with Path of Exile 2 right now, and this is something that affects the entire game, not just the campaign, but also into the endgame, and that's the monsters. The monsters in Path of Exile 2 are completely imbalanced. As I mentioned before, they have too much life, and that's not the biggest issue that I see with them either. The biggest problem is how fast they are relative to how fast your character can be. It's so often the case that you're just getting run down by a rare monster that's just auto-attacking you to death. You can't possibly outpace the monster, and you're just in a state of permanently dodge rolling away, but of course you can't deal damage while doing this, so you're not winning that battle. There's not enough access to player movement or attack and cast speed to counter the obscene speed of some of the monsters, and at the same time, there's no really good universal defensive options either, so it's not like you can just tank them. Now, I don't really want to talk about or compare PoE 2 to PoE 1 in this review, but I just want to mention here that the only reason ridiculously fast monsters work in PoE 1 is that you have many options available as a player to deal with them. You can build a lot of defense to tank them, or you can build a lot of speed to outpace them, or you can build a lot of damage and kill them before they kill you. But in PoE 2, none of these things are an option. It feels like these much slower, methodical character builds, and then it just has PoE 1 monsters that run rampant all over the game. Seriously, the monsters are out of control and they need a major balance pass across the board. If GGG want to realise their vision of this slower paced game, they need to address the monsters. We need monsters that are dangerous, but ones that you can actually play around. Now, another big issue with the game right now for me is the loot. There's just not enough loot available to aid your character in progression. Necessary currency drops such as Artificer's Orbs, Exalts, and Regals, the currency you're expected to utilise to improve your gear as you progress, well, there's not enough of it dropping. It's very similar to what I discussed before, where you don't have that satisfying experience of getting stronger because your gear is
Alright,
in a
how long is this
constant
video?
state of
Oh,
requiring
almost done.
Upgrades that you simply cannot get unless you get really lucky with some random ground drops. There's no direction early on to get good gear, no easy solutions to solve gearing problems. If you have bad gear and you're out of currency, you're out of luck. You'll have to retread completed areas to farm loot. And this is where I still believe that the game would benefit massively from a basic crafting bench to streamline gear progression and offset unlucky streaks in loot. And for me, this is another example of Path of Exile 2 doing change for change's sake when it comes to runes. Runes do not and cannot replace a crafting bench. They're just infinitely worse as a solution to aid in early gearing. Now, it's possible that loot drop rates were tampered with for this patch, but I expect that the actual reason why this feels worse is because player power is down massively across the board. And now you need much better gear to get
There's
even
so
remotely
much on
close
the
to where
screen
you
right
were
now, it's
before.
crazy.
The expected gear level is higher as a result, while drops are seemingly unchanged, so you feel so much weaker overall. Now, speaking of feeling weak, let's talk about the spear in early progression. I can't speak on the Huntress start location on the tree, because I played a Mercenary, but Mercenary does have a lot of projectile damage scaling immediately from the start, so I used spear projectile skills from the very beginning, and overall they felt very weak, aside from a few exceptions such as Twister, which was bugged and is now nerfed. Now, I do think that this is a lot less of a spear thing, and more of an overall shift in player power across the board. It just so happens that the spear was introduced in this patch, and a lot of people naturally gravitated towards using it right away, and this is the experience they had. However, with that said, I think it would have been better for overall reception of the Dawn of the Hunt patch to have the spear come in strong and feel better early on, even if it meant needing to nerf it down a bit later on if it was too out of line against other options. Instead, the spear felt weaker than other options, which isn't ideal considering that most people just want to play the new thing whenever a new release is happening. Okay, the last thing I want to discuss in this review is the size of the zones. Now, I know this is something that
They
is
are
new
pretty
to this
massive.
patch. The zones were already huge with many terrible layouts in the early access launch 4 months ago, but it's important to recognize why this issue in particular is exacerbated by this patch. It's pretty simple, really. Players are weaker, monsters are stronger, and it takes longer to kill monsters, and you need to play much slower as a result. And therefore, zones take way longer to clear, and this only adds to the problems caused by horrible layouts that constantly run into dead ends.
Oh my
It just
god.
makes a lot of the zones feel extremely
Can't see
frustrating to
shit
traverse.
from inside there.
Now, in GGG's planned updates, they discuss this issue and talks about adding more checkpoints. But the way I see it, checkpoints are just a band-aid fix to a fundamental problem in PoE 2. The layouts need serious work, especially if they want to keep the game as slow as it is right now. So, to summarise, balance changes should not have changed the campaign, which was my favourite part of the game 4 months ago, and now it feels like a slog. Monsters are simply ridiculous. They're too fast, and players need options available to them if they're not going to be slowed down. Loot needs reviewing, especially progression currency in the early campaign, and I'd like to see a basic crafting bench added to the game. Spear skills could do with some adjustments in the very early levels as they feel too weak as they are right now. And lastly, if the game is going to remain at the current pace, the size and shapes of zone layouts needs to be reviewed to prevent frustration when traversing through areas in the campaign and in maps. Overall, with my current experience of patch 0.2, which doesn't include much of the endgame content that was added, I feel that this update was an overall net negative to Path of Exile 2. Thanks for watching this video.
I mean, not bad, not bad, not bad. Tomorrow
Why do I
we'll
have
probably
a
do
map
this
video?
reaction. We'll react to this video right here.
Black.
Alright, let's hop back into Path of Exile 2. We will create a new character that's mainly going to be a tactician, so we're definitely going to do that instead. Oh, man, I'm getting exhausted, brother.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance.
Ready your men, Captain. We shall only get one chance. Okay, let's see. Pop inside here. Go to the YouTube. If I was your boyfriend, I would never let you go. Take you to every place and take you to fondue. What? Okay. Let's create a new character. Brand new character. Definitely gonna go with the homie Merc. Not Nick's Mercs, but Mercenary. Gotta connect my controller. Not Nick's Mercs, but Mercenary. Of Dawn of the Hunt. And this would be Raikuru Tact. Of course it wouldn't be Tooken. And now let me change the date to Path of Exile 2.
actually worked.
By the first ones, you're alive. I'm glad to see another living soul. The miller went off to warn Clearfell about a strange sickness. Now I would appreciate it if you could...
Cool, R2 is to shoot. Perfect. Oh, I just came from there.
Well, that was unexpected. Now off to find this miller bloke.
This Miller block.
Oh, it's been many years since I saw one of these little beauties.
Alright, so we just hit the checkpoint. Now we gotta continue going from this way. The only thing I have to be careful with are the freaking people that fucking blow up shit. How bad is my internet actually, now that I think of it? I mean, it's not that bad, but it's not the best, you know? Did it go through? Do I finally have? Yes! It went through, chat. Oh my god, it went through. Look at it! Yeah, I mean, it does a decent amount, like... So we hit projectile damage here. Then from here... Then we go down here, grab this node. Then go here to this one. Then go down here. Okay, and then grab this, and then this. All right. Okay, now let's keep going from where we left off. Look at him. Look at the little deer, bro. Wow, the range that you can shoot is criminal, actually. You can actually pretty hit like far criminal act stuff or like criminal wise. It's not bad. This map is pretty massive for a beginning map. Don't need the scepter. All right, let's go to the checkpoint. Let's go fight the boss. Oh, let's go.
I fought some big buggers before, but blimey.
Well done. Please come inside.
Well, doubt these folk will have much.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Friendlies that well, I've no Smith for you. There's a beast of now if you could chunk
Kindness will get you killed in times like
Armor
these, old man.
Explosive grenades. We got it. We got the main damage dealer, which is just the grenades. Oh, there is no gate.
Well, if I don't got it, none of it's junk. Trust me. Bye then.
A swindler and a thief. I like them already.
Oh, I haven't unlocked it yet. Damn, so I have to try to unlock it again.
Hello.
Cringe. Oh, I could disenchant it.
Welcome all. Some. I fear this land.
A face like that.
Yes, all this. Some. I fear this land.
Become an orb of transportation. Normal items to magic items. Okay.
Another for my bye.
Don't think that will go down well here.
Okay, I know what type of support skills we're going to be working with for today. I know what we're working with. And give my character electricity coming from the eyes. Okay. Sorry about that. So I'm playing Dawn of the Hunt, but SSF, so self-served instead. Oh, abandoned stash. Fuck yeah. Actually, I don't think that skill gem's gonna work, right?
Earthquake creates armor. Disengage flips backwards as you stab enemies in front of you. If poison burst arrow, armor. Artillery Ballista is an emplacement that launches long-range heavy bolts at your enemies. Siege Cascade fires a bolt at each enemy in the target area. The bolts rain down, burrow into the ground, and explode. Disengage with kill. Flame Wall ignites enemy. Unearth. Armor-piercing rounds can break enemy armor.
That would be nice against probably bosses.
Look out.
I guess we might as well go for that for like early game. We'll go for this.
Eat this! Undead wretch.
I still gotta look for the support gem and stuff like that because I do need to support this character a little bit more and get the support gem needed. Now I gotta heal. Sleep, my pretty. Let's go, baby. Level 3, baby. Yeah, it was attack speed. Oh, to sleep, my pretty. Wait, I can actually have 2 pets? Wait. There's no way I can have 2 pets, right? Oh, I can have 2 pets. Oh, that's so sick. Just for cosmetics, I'm so down. Ooh, look how fast that shit shoots too. What? I thought he was dead. Easy. You know who I haven't seen? I haven't seen any of the rogues yet, so I guess they're not here in like the story mode, probably in hardcore. Okay, there goes that. Okay. Support gem. Damn it. Actually, I might as well collect. I might as well equip these two. Actually, armor, I think probably having energy shield is probably way better. Damn it. Ooh, armor and evasion's huge. How, oh, I was about to say, how did she not die from that? We might as well clear out this path down here first. You go, puppy? Yeah, let me go get my puppy and put him on my lap. Where? Oh. Yo, 39 shield, 74 life, 100 mana. Pretty good, actually. Hey, Mud Barrel. Now I can fight the most stressful boss in the entire game. So we do have to fight this one boss. It's over here. Alright, that should be everything. We hit up this checkpoint, then hit up that one, then go fight the boss. She froze me, you bitch. Let's go. I forgot to equip the skill gem. All right, Una, what you got for me?
Stay safe if you can. It's beautiful. Accept. Bye.
Yes?
I guess we can sell that. This might be actually extremely challenging. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. Did we even unlock the new area? Clearfell. Nope, we didn't unlock Grellwood. We unlocked Mudbarrow, but not Grellwood. Damn it. Okay, let's go to Clearfell and let's head to the Grellwood. All right, let's keep it going. There's Mudbarrow right there. Hit up this checkpoint. Go to Grellwood.
You there, over here. Here to hunt. See that? Don't worry. Ready? Go on then. Try and keep up. Don't lose sight. Fire in the hole! Ain't more time. Spin it. Guide us.
Nice little level 4.
chance to recover. That were a good hunt.
This is all I got from that hunt. I mean, it's still a good one.
Aye, if you've an we running off of them. Good hunting.
All right, let's go back to where we found this and let's go kill these. Let's go kill the infected. All right, that should be everything. I need a higher bow. This bow is not strong. All right, let's keep it going. Cache. No, nothing in the cache. Okay. All right, let's keep it going then. That one was a little confusing. God damn, I need a better bow. It takes about 3 shots just to kill. Criminal. I don't need the crude bow. I do. If I find a makeshift crossbow, I'll definitely grab that.
Here it
Easy enough with that one. Okay, now we can keep it going. Ooh, boss fight.
I think I heard a fable about this kind of thing.
Let's go. We won.
Kind of walked into that one, didn't I?
Explosive grenade. We need about adhere and scatter shot. And then expedite. Let's grab expedite first. There we go. That should be easy enough. Oh, wow. That's a lot faster. The cooldown's the only thing I had to work on. Because the cooldown takes forever. I love how he spawns in. I love that. Watch, look how he spawns in. I love that. Let me go to the microtransaction shop and see how much. So packs are still not out, I'm assuming. Damn, it's taking forever just to load in, bruh. Because I think I have $5 worth of points that I can put into this game if I wanted to. And I might have to just... What the frick is that? Oh! It's the animation. I forgot that he has an animation. What is that? Not bad, not bad.
Honing my skills one job at a time.
Takes about 3 hits.
Oh, that's ominous.
What happened? There's a when you'll know.
All right.
I'll wait here. The old
Let's clear out this map.
I need more time.
The red veil.
A good mercenary knows when to cut and run. I won't end up lying in a field like this.
All right, let's go back to Growwood. Complete Growwood. Oh shit. Where did he come from? That dude just spawned out of nowhere to just kill me. There's a scroll of wisdom, perfectly needed. Okay, so, oh shoot. Ouch, bitch. Ooh. That was pretty close. All right, found the boss room. Bro, the werewolf prowlers are so freaking strong, it's crazy. All right, let's go fight the moving bramble. Let's go fight the bramble gas. After the bramble gas, then we can go to fight the devourer in Mud Barrel.
Let's do this. Not today. Not yet.
Hell yeah, let's go. We need a better than an overall greed to destroy me or to beat me, something like that. Ooh, armor and ER. That's huge. That one gives me life. Can't identify that shit. I could put this on now, but that gives me increased rarity.
Take me down.
Ooh. Plus level 1 to all minion skills. I think this counts, right? I might have to equip that for the armor and evasion.
Not bad.
Ooh, that was projectiles. I'm gonna keep that so I can hit up the box. Ooh, let's go. I mean, it's early to use this, but might as well, right? Oh my god, double life regen? Bet.
Hey. Bye then.
Alright, let's talk to Renly. Let's see if he has anything for us. Ooh. Bolt speed. Accuracy. Let's buy this. Equip this and sell this.
Don't think that'll go down well here.
Alright, let's go take Mud Barrel. It's time for Mud Barrel. Where are you?
Dirty job this. Should have asked for more. Already sacked.
Okay, ooh, plus 10 rarity is huge. I will lose max life, but yeah, it's pretty fine. Oh, there he is. I knew I saw one of them. I just didn't know where. I'll break ya. All right, let's keep it going. Let's see what we get here. All right, so we do have like the half up, half down, bottom. So we do have a bunch of things that we do have to take care of. Yeah, it feels like I'm a passive exile streamer now, bro. Oh shit. I would eventually love to do hardcore. Boss fight. Goodbye, Simulacron or whatever they're called. Oh my god. All right, now we go to the top, top up, right? Up, right, top, left thing, jigger. Yeah, we go up here. All right, boss fight. Boss fight, here it is. Let's go.
Definitely should have asked for more.
Fragmentation round. Armor.
Ooh. That's pretty sick. I gotta watch this. I gotta see this animation. I want to watch the animation. Damn, the other guy's more active than this one. Jesus Christ, I'm still waiting for it to actually do the animation. Dude, he's so cute.
Care to take a look? Guess I can help move that for you.
Keep that.
See you.
Sorry. Bye.
That minion skills is pretty good for what I'm thinking of going for.
Care to take a look? Bye then.
Actually, I should probably disenchant this.
Now this will cover. Till next time.
Okay, explosive grenade. So add here or scatter. 20 less damage, 20 less attack, and cast speed. I think scatter will probably just be better. Yeah, that thing's actually really strong.
Eat this!
Ooh, armor and evasion. Hell yeah. That does get rid of my minions, but armor and evasion. Oh, and I already have one that's much better. I can just sell those two.
Fire in the hole! Bag of bones. Not yet.
That must be what I'm looking for.
Not yet. Need a sec.
Should have expected a trap.
Eat this. Not yet.
Where's the next obelisk? Right down here.
Not yet. I'll break you.
There goes. That's done. Boss run. Level up. Let's go. Yeah, that's the only thing I don't like about the grenades is the cooldown. That's pretty easy enough with this. So look how much friggin' loot I have. Ooh, legendary. Ooh. That's not bad. Nice little resistance. Okay. I guess now we can just... Alright, let's go. Boss fight. Hey, let's go.
Azamites never give up a fight. I expected no.
Fragment high velocity bolt flash grenades can blind and stun enemies. Be careful. Disengage. Speed. Hold. Or shock. Armor fragment. Hammer. Explosive grenade. Flash bolts from in.
Less.
Okay. Oh shit.
Sorry.
Spirits in the guess I can help move that for you.
We sell all of the blue stuff. Keep the legendary stuff, and with the legendary stuff we give to baby girl.
Well, if I don't got it.
I didn't throw away the legendary, right? No, or not legendary, but rare.
You're famous, eh?
Sorry. Bye.
Why look? Not bad. Go make a legend or two. I would have. If you find a pint out there, do bring it back.
Oh, why did I go to red? Oh yeah, I went to red belt to collect the random stuff. Okay. Good thing I remembered. Totally because I remembered.
That must be what I'm looking for.
Hello. Watch yourself out there.
He's unconscious. The wound only by the grim tangle. Bye.
All right. So now we go to Grim Tango and we complete Grim Tango. Let's do it. No, stop. Stop game.
If the Fey spirit. The old magic still thrive. The way's open. Please, hurry.
Neat little show. Wish I could see why more was. Bag of bones? Not yet.
All right, we keep going downwards instead of going to the right. Let's just go down. There we go. So I'm fully done with the left side. Now it's just mainly on the right side I gotta focus on. From here, we'll go down here instead.
Here it comes. Need a sec.
Ah!
Need more time. Need more time.
Oh my god, let's go. Ah!
Fragment. Disengage.
Now I gotta wait until this. There we go. Now we can keep moving.
Need more time. Here it comes. Not yet. Need more time. Need a sec.
Oh my god, that was stressful.
sensed it too, did you? The spirit is near.
Not yet.
So the spirit's nearby, but I don't see him. Oh, cool. Cemetery of Eternals. We made it here. Nicely done. Damn, there's nothing here. Okay, let's keep it going up top then, I guess. We're fully done with the bottom half. Now it's just mainly the top half and the boss. Alright, now we can keep on going this way over yonder. Alright, cool. We made it over here. Now we can keep going this way instead. Oh, it's up here. Alright, boss fight. Let's fucking do it. Where is he? Easy enough. I do have to try out the new, I just switched up my perks, so I definitely have to try it out and see how well it is. Sell. 3, 4. I gotta buy 4 of those. Okay.
Sorry, I was just.
We'll buy 10. And then we'll buy this. Ooh, physical damage is huge. Oh, movement and rarity. Dex, physical, regeneration, cold resist. Let's go put that on. The rest we can sell.
Watch yourself out there. I heard you had him. I heard you had him. Stick to the cairns.
Okay. So now we just mainly have to go to Cemetery of Eternals now.
I sent for it.
Okay, cool. Now let's go ahead and deal with Lachlan. I have work in like 2 hours or 3. Wrong one. I'll just sell that ring. Ooh.
Eat this! Need more time.
There we go.
Not yet. I'll break ya. Need more time. Not yet.
Cast lightning storms. Defended by 5.
Not yet. Need a sec.
Where's the last guy?
Eat this. Need more time.
So much orbs of transmutation.
Not yet.
Easy enough with that boss.
Our victory is never.
Mausoleum Profiter. Or Praetor.
This place raises the hackles on the back of me neck. Ooh.
Let's keep going. Let's just keep going straight from here, and then.
Not yet. Need more time. Well, that's one down.
So much money.
Gotta stay quick on my feet.
Damn it. What's that's a tier 3, tier 2, tier 3. Inspiration. And then everything else can be sold. Where is she? I do have to disenchant this.
Yes? Yes? It's beautiful. Except...
Let's see if we get lucky. All right, we're gambling here. We out here, boys, for gambling. Ooh. Physical, lightning, critical, projectiles. Oh, that's a good piece right there. That's a very good piece, actually. Let's go. Ooh, now one shots these mobs. This is a good piece. Yo, two-shot in. Shit, I don't have one. We're gonna have to risk it. So much orbs of transmission. Where is she? Close to almost being up to two-shot. Checkpoint, so there's a boss room right over there. Okay.
Another notch on me helmet. Eat this!
Dude, the explosive grenades with all the new updates, pretty good. The only downside is the fucking cooldown. Cooldown is so freaking long. I'm just gonna clear out the map and then fight the boss.
Well, that's one down.
All right, boss fight it is. Let's go fight the boss. We cleared out the map.
Your soul will join my
I think this guy's harder than the girl.
Your soul is mine. The spirits yearn.
Need a sec.
Rend your soul, my beloved son. These ones will never surrender. Your soul is mine. I will end your meaningless life.
So fast. So fast.
Bloody Eternals. Never did know when to quit.
Wait. That's a slot. Okay.
Guess I can help move that for you. Bye then.
Hello. Bye.
Okay, let's see. The other one that I have is way better. Yeah, that one's just way better than this one.
just elsewhere.
Yes? I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it. But cheers. See ya.
Eat this! I'll break you! Need more time. Need a sec. More time.
Dude, the just like grenades is pretty freaking strong, man. All right. It should be up top up here.
Here it comes!
Fragmentation. High-velocity rounds pierce through enemies and deal bonus damage.
This place. Wit and rot. Conquer.
Need more time.
Now.
Wow, you don't see that. Every day.
Why, look. Not bad. Remember us when you're famous.
Sorry.
Care to take a look at my humble? Yeah, sure. See ya.
Fragment. Bolts from in. Fragmentation. Armor.
Here it comes! Not yet. Need a sec. Simple enough. You have the keys?
Tired of the slaughter? Sure, I'll take it off your hands. Remember us when you're famous, eh? What? What? At last it's open! Praise the first ones! What is this? Graves. Isabel.
All right. Let's see how long he's gonna take to finish this.
Of Count Lachlan of Ogham. My family. This doesn't make any sense. They're dead. Those bastard Eternals. I must make them pay.
Let's make them suffer.
Piercing shot.
wow. Combo's nasty.
Fragment. Flash grenades can blind and fragmentate. Shock. Fragmentate.
Easy enough.
Fret tracks. Must be near in the village now. I have a... How do I... A little what? See, well, you pay them...
You found the ring.
Wild. Not bad.
What time is it? 2:30? Okay, we still have time. Oh, my ass is hurting, brother. I'm over here sitting down too much.
This sea.
Yes.
So if we are to I don't know. It seemed like
Not a good idea.
This'll get him. Need more time.
Yo, what's up, Uncle Tim? Welcome to the stream. Give me that. Easy enough. All right, let's keep it going at least. Okay, cool. Now we can go ahead and fight this boss at least.
Am I seeing things?
Ouch.
I'm gonna get ya.
I did a decent amount of damage, right? Oops, should be right here. Shoot, where is he? Ooh.
This is bloody work. Still.
Too close for comfort on that one, that's for sure.
I never did like birds.
All right, that should be it. Let's see. Oh my god, that explosion. Oh, we found the farmlands. Let's hop in here, get this teleporter ready. And then we can focus on the rest afterwards. What time is it? It's 2:40. I have about an hour left before I gotta go to work, so. All right, let's keep it going from here. Nothing on that end, nothing over there. Ouch. All right, that goes. Oh wait, I didn't click gold. What? How come that? All right, I was like, how come that didn't kill?
Precise and deadly.
Ah! Chaos bolts. Okay, perfect. Max out that.
Fragmentation.
Better watch me step around here.
There's a waypoint. All right. Now that we got that, we can keep going to the next one. What are we looking for? More stun. Stun. Lasting shock and venom. Slow magnitude. Life drain. Lightning fusion. Lockdown. More pin build up. Tears. Outmaneuver. Support skills after and more. I guess it should be that one. Oh, what the fuck?
Precise and deadly. Simple enough.
Oh wait, there's we got this. All right, we're gonna teleport, go back home, talk to what's his face, talk to the hooded one. I like goodbye. Jesus Christ, I'm getting tired. Not Finn, it's the hooded one. Talk to Uma, disenchant this.
Tired of the slaughter? Sure, I'll take it off your hands. Watch yourself out there.
Yo, that's not a bad piece.
See you. Not yet.
God damn, that was saying a lot of damage.
Need a sec. Precise and deadly.
Bro, these guys are so fucking annoying, bro.
What's all this then? Finn's from these parts. Maybe he knows. More time. Not yet. Another notch on the helmet. More time.
Oh my god, that was chaotic. Jesus Christ.
Fire in the hole! Not yet.
Fragmentate high velocity rounds pierce.
Oh my god, those guys were crazy, dude. At least that one wasn't that bad. All right, let's talk to Finn.
So please. Wow. This is ominous. Good timing. Spirit. Aye, I've never known our elders seems it's wrath and spread. Most you know him by them. I follow, but best be careful. Fox it regardless. Good hunting.
What is this? Ooh, increased bolt speed. Too bad I don't have a scroll of wisdom.
You'll get him.
Or transmutation? Dude, that does so much damage. What a combo. Oh, man. Oh, gosh. Ugh. Ooh, increased attack speed. That's not bad. Ooh, 10 over 18. The one that I currently have is way better. The rest I can get rid of.
Not sure what I'm gonna do.
No, that's not what I wanted to get rid of. Let me buy that back.
Boy then.
Hello.
Oh, they added it so now we can stack? Oh no, that's double 2. Stack size 2 out of 10. No, you could stack. Oh, hell yeah. Finally, they added stacking, bro. Yeah, let's go with free. Let's go to Freithorn.
fragmentation rounds pierce armor-piercing rounds.
This'll get him! Need a sec.
Ooh, more armor scraps. Let's go.
One down. Who's next?
At least we're crushing it now. So we're doing some work here. Let me switch. What's there we go. Box will be the fully automatic, and then triangle will be the semi-automatic.
please.
All right, Finn. Oh, hey, we leveled up. Fuck yeah, baby. Get that ricochet.
Here it comes!
Big. Damn, dude. How much space do I have? I have a fairly decent amount of space. I guess now it's just boss fight. Oh my god, that took way too long. There we go, second phase. Holy shit.
Oh, will you bugger off? We got enough problems.
Don't know how I won that. But honest to God, I'll take it. Oh. Oh, Trinity's right here. Doesn't give me the option to like spawn him, so I guess go to camp and then he spawns at cap.
Hello.
Where's Finn? Oh, I was like, where's Finn? Fire resist, cold resist. I'll take fire resist again, I guess.
Sure, I'll take it off your hands.
Oh, I was hoping I would get lucky at least once.
Precise and deadly.
My leg hurts.
So the hooded one was right. They lost their minds. This'll get.
Oh man. Right, I'm gonna go. Okay. Now to actually get ready for work.
Oh, my leg.
Okay. Now we should be fine.
The villagers, you must influence. Time short. Make haste.
Fragmentation. Flash grenades can blow.
I might as well get the flash grenade, right?
You've caught me. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it, but cheers. Bye then.
You found my. I think I shall. Be careful.
Okay.
This'll get him.
Easy mode with destroying them dogs. Bro, I have been loving Path of Exile for a while now. What? He still hit me? Oh shit, he hit me.
Precise and deadly.
I wish like the thing didn't have what was it called I think Doge wants to sit on my laptop. There we go.
Need a sec. You're dead. Well, that's one down.
All right, there we go. Now we got that. That should be what we needed. I have about 30 minutes, so let's see if I can even defeat the boss. Hope I can make it to the boss round.
Precise and deadly. Need a sec.
Ouch.
Precise and deadly. Could have stayed dead.
Easy mode. That motherfucker almost blew up on me. Boss.
Need a sec. Another notch on me helmet.
What? Level 4 spirit gem?
Precise and deadly.
Oh my god, that's a pretty that's fast and clear.
Back to the grave.
All right. So far, Herald of Fire seems to be the wave.
Simple enough.
Nice and deadly. Another day, another coin. Not yet.
Okay. I think we're gonna go ahead, defeat the boss, and then call it a night. But let me make sure I just unlock everything first.
Nice and deadly. Back to the grave.
There's the boss right up there. But first, let's go bring the tool back to Renly. Oh, support gem.
Yes? Yeah, sure. I'll take it off your hands.
Oh, they upgraded the loot.
this. You found my... Stick to the cards.
Alright, let's go to Ogahan Village. We're close to being done. Alright.
Don't do this. Stop. Just wait. Surely we can...
No escape.
Great will take you, bastard!
This is personal. This'll get him! Not yet. Moron! Take their head, or I take your guillotine. Gods. Need a sec. I'll rip your damn throat out. You cowards! Fight or die! The guillotine. Gods. Name more time to run. You cowards! Fight the guillotine! Gods! I'll rip your damn throat out! Your time is up! That one was for me!
Let's see. Explosive grenades. There was one that turns it into like a circle instead. Ooh, it has 50% less cooldown recovery rate.
here, I thought I'd reached the manor already. Bugger.
I gotta get the third one, and then as soon as I get the third one, then I switch back to putting scatter shot on this.
Eat this! You're dead!
All right. Alrighty then, thank you guys so much for stopping by and watching till the very end. I do appreciate all of you guys doing that for me. You guys are awesome. Keep up the good work, and above all else,